systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capability. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capability. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capability. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus.
What's up, you beautiful bastards? What up, ATS? What up, Sarah? Welcome, everyone. We got a lot. What up, old lobster? We got a whole metric ton of news to get to, both written and video. And we're gonna go till the wheels fall off. Till either I can no longer do it or all y'all leave me to go off and watch someone cover Mitch McConnell glitching for the 5,000th time. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And that's it. That's all I got. All right. So without further ado, let me fire up the music machine. Oh, one last thing. I would be remiss. It is September. The sub goal is a little light, so if you got it like that and you want to contribute to the #1 AI news content and commentary stream on Twitch, feel free to have at it. Otherwise, I just appreciate your presence. All right. From the top. Source? Like, go ahead and find me #2, right? Like, find me the other person who brings you fresh, hot, tasty, warm AI news on the every other week daily experience. Right? All right. Anyways. Yeah, like, I'll beef with the other AI streamer. Okay, all right. So I guess we are going to talk some shit before we get started. So, I used to be a huge fan of wrestling, right? Pro wrestling. Now I'm like kind of a fan because the reasons I loved wrestling, I still love wrestling, but they don't happen as much. And the peak era was when WWE and WCW and to a lesser extent, ECW, there was a feud. Everyone was competing, and it was all the good parts of competition, right? Like everyone was pushing the limits, trying to outdo each other, all that good stuff. And when WWE won and bought all of its competitors, the quality of the product almost immediately dropped off. And so I appreciate competition. I would appreciate someone who, challenges me to be the best AI news streamer on Twitch. So by all means, if you can find that person, or if anybody else wants to step up to the plate, I will appreciate your existence. We will have a friendly rivalry, unless, you're terrible, and then I'm going to drag you a little bit. But I hope you would be awesome, and we could have a nice friendly rivalry. But I have Ferris, and you don't. So, all right. Oh, real quick, another shout out to Old Lobster. If you're in the Discord, you already saw it, but like this, they wrote a command block for when they use ChatGPT, and just listen to it. Be relevant, accurate, and useful. Maximize value, character. Use minimal characters. Be brutally honest. State assumptions. Provide comprehensive, actionable solutions. Respond promptly and factually to direct questions. Avoid boilerplate text. Confirm understanding via concise questions. I consider you to be a helpful assistant. Thank you for your help today. That, like, there is a part of me that touched, like, in a very real way, because, like, that is, hey, as far as I'm concerned, it came from Old Lobster. I don't know where you found it. But, it's, like, those are words to live by, right? Be relevant, accurate, and useful. Like, yes, do that. You should all do that. We should all do that. Maximize value and character. Yes. Use minimal characters, right? Like, don't write a whole bunch of words or say a whole bunch of words when few words would do. Simplify. Be brutally honest. As humans, we have to have a little bit of tact. Don't get me wrong, I understand that, but like, being honest is like, should be your bar. State assumptions. Yes. Provide comprehensive, actionable solutions. Yes, 100%. Respond promptly and factually to direct questions. Yes. Avoid boilerplate text. Motherfuckers, just regurgitate the same crap. Confirm understanding via concise questions. And this is one for me. Like, if I don't understand, or if I think I don't understand, if I think I'm not like on board with exactly what you're saying, I ask questions, right? Clarifying questions. I do that all the time. And it throws some people, because what it sounds like I'm doing sometimes is like answering a question with a question, or, that kind of thing. And I'm not. Like, I'm trying to understand where it is that you are coming from, because I genuinely want to be able to put myself in your shoes so that I can understand what you're about, what you're on about, and then, I can figure out a way that we can come to some kind of consensus. You know what I mean? Exactly, Sarah. It's a night and day difference from the usual Chat GPT sounding response. I'm sure it is. Like, I plan to use that myself. So, yoink. And then I consider you to be a helpful assistant. Like, everyone is probably helping you accomplish your goals. So if you get coffee on your way to work, that person is helping you, right? Because if you didn't get your coffee, it will be a problem. And they are a vital portion of your day. And like, we are all helping each other, we are all assisting each other. Come on now. There are white papers that show ChatGPT is more accurate and provides more complete answers if you use please and thank you. Like, that's why I gave my iteration of ChatGPT a name. Like, or I didn't even, it chose a name, right? I wanted it to choose a name to have a more personal interaction with it. Even though, yes, I understand it's a chatbot and we shouldn't anthropomorphize a chatbot, by the same token, how are you going to talk? How are you going to act? Right? Practice your behavior. And another piece, which will start off this is the top thing I got listed here on the news bar. Dennis Hassabis, he's with Google DeepMind. One of the things is like, the definitions, like, well, that's not AI, that's machine learning, that's deep learning, that's neural networks, whatever, right? Like, whatever you say, that is sometimes a counter to that as a concept where you're talking about AI, and someone wants to argue over whether or not your definition is a good one, right? Like, or is it something else, right? And we did the thing that Ray Kurzweil said about how what AI is, whatever it's doing up until the point where it knows how to do it, and at that point it becomes something else, right? But Dennis Hassabis with Google DeepMind, his definition is AI is the process of making machines smarter. Done. And this is one of the top tier dudes in the field. So we use that definition. That is the definition that I'm going to continue to use, and it's nice to be validated. And that appeared, if you are in the Discord, in the break that I had, I posted in there a podcast that he did with Ezra Klein. I highly recommend you check it out. It's not something we're going to do on the show because it's like an hour and a half and there's no like video to go with it, but it's on YouTube. All right, let's get at it. So the first piece, now we know that we covered that article wherein the person found out that Books 3, that database that was used to train some of the large language models, if not all of them, contained books by a lot of different authors because it was culled from websites using pirated books. And Stephen King has an opinion, right? His books were used to train AI. Can a machine learn to read and write? I've said in one of my few forays into nonfiction that you can't learn to write unless you're a reader and unless you read a lot. AI programmers have apparently taken this advice to heart. Because the capacity of computer memory is so large, everything I ever wrote could fit on one thumb drive, a fact that never ceases to blow my mind. These programmers can dump thousands of books into state-of-the-art digital blenders, including, it seems, mine. The real question is whether you get a sum that's greater than the parts when you pour back out. So far, the answer is no. AI poems in the style of William Blake or William Carlos Williams, I've seen both, are a lot like movie money. Good at first glance, not so good upon close inspection. I wrote a scene in a forthcoming book that may illustrate this point. A character creeps up on another character and shoots him in the back of the head with a small revolver. Spoilers. When the shooter rolls the dead man over, he sees a small bulge in the man's forehead. The bullet did not quite come out, you see. When I sat down that day, I knew the murder was going to happen, and I knew it was going to be murder by gun. I did not know about that bulge, which becomes an image that haunts the shooter going forward. It was a genuine creative moment, one that came from being in the story and seeing what the murderer was seeing. It was a complete surprise. Could a machine create that bulge? I would argue not, but I must reluctantly add this qualifier: not yet. Creativity can't happen without sentience, and there are now arguments that some AIs are indeed sentient. If that is true now or in the future, then creativity might be possible. I view this possibility with a certain dreadful fascination. Would I forbid the teaching, if that's the word, of my stories to computers? Not even if I could. I might as well be King Canute, forbidding the tide to come in, or a Luddite trying to stop industrial progress by hammering a steam loom to pieces. Does it make me nervous? Do I feel my territory encroached upon? Not yet, probably because I've reached a fairly advanced age. But I will tell you that the subject always makes me think of that most prescient novel, Colossus, by D.F. Jones. In it, the world-spanning computer does become sentient and tells its creator, Forbin, that in time humanity will come to love and respect it, the way, I suppose, many of us love and respect our phones. Forbin cries, "Never," but the narrator has the last word, and a single word is all it takes. Never? So, Stephen King coming down on the side of using his works to train LLMs. That's what that means, right? Would I forbid the teaching, if that's the word, of my stories to computers? Not even if I could. Done. All right, WhistleCoin, WorldCoin. There's a bunch of stuff going on with WorldCoin. There's a bunch of, we're all over the place. I've just been racking up these articles as I have gone. An alleged whistleblower of crypto project WorldCoin has announced that they have severed ties with the organization and is currently aiding authorities in multiple jurisdictions to conduct justified probes. WorldCoin is led by CEO. In a YouTube video self-published on Wednesday, alleged former employee Nadir Hajirabi said that they have many reservations about the project from the get-go. Several red flags were evident from day one, but multiple attempts to address them were apparently dismissed. I wrote to the legal team and the CEO, and the answers weren't satisfactory. The alleged WorldCoin whistleblower said in the 6-minute video, They only contributed in cementing the conclusion that I came to. This is an important distinction, right? this is a great mission and vision, but a horrendous execution that deserves whatever will come next. So the idea, in this person's opinion, is good, but it's the execution, right? Hammurabi is referring to WorldCoin's idea of providing universal basic income to everyone around the world simply because they are a human being. The core mission drove Hammurabi to stay at the firm, but WorldCoin token and the subsequent release of its white paper were deeply flawed. Both WorldCoin whistleblowers obtained lawyers. To anyone who's curious about WorldCoin, I urge you to thoroughly read what you are getting yourself into. White papers. What is a white paper? I added the generative AI to my Google. So, a white paper is a research-based document that presents information and expert analysis on a topic or solution to a problem. White papers are usually written by a company to showcase their knowledge and expertise. They are meant to help readers understand an issue, solve a problem, or make a decision. That makes sense? The term white paper originated when government papers were coded by color to indicate distribution. White was designated for public access. It's a good question. I obviously did not know off the top of my head like a good definition for you. I understood what it was without understanding what it was, you know? A heuristic. How Musk, Thiel, Zuckerberg, and Andreessen, four billionaire techno oligarchs, are creating an alternate autocratic reality. In an excerpt from his new book, The End of Reality, the author warns about the curses of AI and transhumanism, presenting the moral case against superintelligence. Yes, all four of those dudes are, I don't like any of them, are creating a world where nothing is true and all is spectacle. If we are to inquire how we got to a place of radical income inequality, post-truth reality, and the looming potential for a second American Civil War, we need to look no further than these four, the biggest wallets. I call them the technocrats in recognition of the influence of the technocracy movement founded in the 1930s by Elon Musk's grandfather, Joshua Haldeman. Really? I'll take your word for it. I don't feel like looking. The technocrats make up a kind of interlocking directorate of Silicon Valley, each investing in or sitting on the boards of others' companies. Yes, they're all terrible people. American oligarchs. I use the term techno-determinism to describe the path the technocrats have dictated for our country because they have sold and we have bought into the idea that they are going to deliver us into a bright future. The future they are selling us, however, crypto fortunes, the merger of human and computer via AI, the prospect of spending our lives in the metaverse or on Mars is a lie. To quote Snyder once more, Donald Trump has shown that he was lying not so much to deny the truth as to invite people into an alternate reality. Such sleight of hand applies here as well. The alternative reality that these men are focused on is a world of techno-determinism, one in which AI may eventually do all the real work and a large number of humans may be rendered useless to society. That is indeed one way to look at it. Like we have, I hope hope that I presented an alternative, that rendered useless to society because you no longer work, that sounds weird to me. It sounds like you have a very particular view of what society is. The technocrats do not hide the fact they plan to feed at the government trough to finance some of these more outrageous schemes. Their plan for your future involves nothing less than confronting the nihilism of looming dystopia. For the project they produce, the first project, Web3, Metaverse. Second, Adam Fisher. It's pointed out crypto is not so much an investment idea that aligns with the libertarian political ideology as it is a very virulent strain of libertarian political ideology leveraging human greed through the blockchain. And then sending humans to live on Mars. Okay, here we go. But of all the myths the technocrats peddle, none is more far-fetched than transhumanism, a concept dear to the heart of Peter Thiel. And to understand what could well be the biggest lie of big tech requires a deep dive into this social movement, which is focused on R&D for human enhancement technologies that might someday allow people to live to the age of 160 or more. Needless to say, access to these age extension systems, which have not yet been invented, will be incredibly expensive. So, under this scheme, the only ones destined to survive well into their second century will likely be multimillionaires. Russia tried to land a rover on the moon, and now there's a man-made crater on the moon. Yeah. We're not covering that. We are going to briefly cover the India thing to make sure... transhumanism, the moral danger comes from the fact that all four projects embody the first step towards a realized transhumanism. Transhumanists believe that technological and biological enhancement will allow humans to live for several lifetimes, migrate to other planets, and merge our brains with computers so that our individual consciousness can live forever. Web3 is the first step to a wearable human technological augmentation. Living on Mars would require permanent technological augmentation. And transhumanism itself envisions a point at which human and machine meld into some new cyborg or new species of cyborg. It is a movement that would undo the idea at the heart of political liberalism, equal rights for all. Instead, one's wealth could determine one's future prospects. My guy, my G, my homie. I hate to break this to you. So I'm getting big liberal liberal capitalist vibes. Big Democrat insider vibes. Transhumanism is, to quote philosopher and political scientist Francis Fukuyama, you mean the end of history guy? Right? I got his books. I read his books. Okay? He was the one who declared the end of history. Yeah, we are deep into I'm still with her territory. Transhumanism envisions a future in which artificial intelligence and robots, ruled by technocrats, will do most of the work, and a significant portion of the population will sit at home, living a fantasy life in the metaverse, subsisting on government-paid crypto universal basic income, which would cover your broadband bill and your Metacoin micropayments for all the concerts and clubs you attend virtually. That sounds terrible. We definitely don't want that. I definitely don't want, to be paid to stay at home and do whatever I want. Anyone who thinks this is some kind of dystopian fantasy should visit Amazon's research and development facility to see the future of whole warehouses operated by 5 humans and 5,000 robots, as opposed to 5,000 humans doing grunt labor work. Fuck this guy, dude. I mean, don't get me wrong. Fuck Peter Thiel. Fuck all 4 of these dudes. But, like... Oh. Then he takes a shot at Ray Kurzweil. Takes a shot at Nick Bostrom. I don't think we have to wait for the singularity to see the moral, get that word out there, downside of the transhumanist project. The idea that humans should transcend their current natural, oh, you gotta love when people start talking about what's natural, state and limitations through the use of technology. Yeah, we should definitely not that. We should definitely return to monkey, right? Like, let's get rid of fire. Let's get rid of all technology that we have ever created and live in our current natural state. This is because whatever problems we currently have with social inequality will be multiplied exponentially by the kind of biological enhancements Thiel and others are seriously contemplating. If people resist or are denied enhancement in time, they will become subservient to the enhanced class. So, right here, now, don't get me wrong, I understand definitely in the shortest term, and Ray Kurzweil has talked about this, right? In the shortest term, yes, those with money, those with capital are going to be able to access the next big thing, before anybody else. But, he also compares that to ideas like the flat screen TV and the cell phone and all of the other technological marvels that we have access to, which originally were prohibitively expensive and only the purview of the rich and powerful, but eventually their prices, such as they were, went down, and now most all of us probably have a cell phone and a flat screen TV, right? We could, if we wanted to, go back and look at the prices of flat screen TVs. But I remember an OLED at $10,000 for a 54-inch, which is stupid big, but that was a thing at one point in time. And now, $1,000 tops, maybe more if it's got some fancy technology in it. But that is what we're talking about, right? That it will become cheaper as time goes on, as economies of scale kick into practice. The other thing that avoids is talking about how the elimination of labor, of paying people for their labor, drives prices down, which we've already covered on a previous episode. The author probably knows someone who wears glasses. Should we tell them that glasses are transhumanism? They would say, oh, well, I'm not talking about that. I could hear it already, right? The other part of this is the construction of this argument, right? The earlier in here, he talks about there is that, every one of these, that with the exception of this little guy up here, every one of these that's around me is, are you going to throw that away? Or do you got something new? You want me to get rid of that for you? I'm a big fan of you. You want that? You're going to finish that? But this person talks about how Right here, needless to say, access to these age extension systems, which have not yet been invented, will be incredibly expensive. So, under this scheme, the only ones destined to survive well into their second century would likely be the multimillionaires. And then here, did I go past it? Oh, here it is. If people resist or are denied enhancement, who is going to resist? Because it's all going to be the multimillionaires who get the upgrades, right? Now, denied enhancement is consistent with your argument, but resist sounds like we will be forced to do these things. And if we're forced to do these things, then it's an inconsistent argument. And this is the idea that that natural humans will then become subservient to the enhanced class. And again, that is a possibility. I just see it heading. There's potential for it to head in a different direction, and I'm going to do everything I can to guide it in that different direction. What up, Devil? Comrade Devil. The gene editing tool CRISPR, for instance, had already been used in China to alter non-viable human embryos, ostensibly to see if it can be done. Applications to regulatory authorities in the United Kingdom and the United States have been made to experiment with a tool to edit our mutant genes that could cause some severe, mostly very rare diseases. And downplaying that by saying mostly very rare, like the history of technological advancement would suggest that if something can be done, eventually some ambitious scientist will do it. So the day is coming when the embryo you and your spouse have created in vitro will be tested for many characteristics, and you might be presented with a menu like this. So we're going to stop here, and I will put this, if you want to finish it, into the Discord, of course, because this gets into that very, like, gets weird fast, not like what could be eugenics or what could be trying to heal congenital issues prior to, and there's a whole bunch of stuff, like, because it's related into abortion, where does a parent have a right to abort a fetus if they find out that it's going to have some debilitating condition that lasts for the rest of their life, all sorts of stuff. It is complex. It deserves all the space, and it deserves, like, having some experts in the field talk about it, and, like, people have to be very generous and not, like, debate brained when it comes to discussing this particular issue, right? So we're just going to leave this here. I don't like this person, and I don't like their arguments. Peter Lewis. AI is not a one-time bomb, but a slow burn of devastation that is consuming jobs and culture. The fight over artificial intelligence, Los Alamos, Chris Nolan, Oppenheimer, dangers of unthinkingly unleashing a new technology on the world. If we endorse the view that AI is all-powerful, we are endorsing the view that it can alleviate people of responsibility for their actions. That is one way to look at it.
Is, like any other shiny toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
Yeah, I fixed the alerts. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Again, it is September, so if you got that and you want to give it to somebody, I am definitely a somebody. Thinking about cultural content generated by artificial intelligence, how comfortable are you? View visual art generated by AI 53 to 36 per comfortable. Listen to music generated by AI, 49 to 40. Read novels generated by AI, 45 to 43. Watch films and TV scripted by AI, 44 to 44. Consume news generated by AI, 37 to 52. And this is interesting. Watching this drop off of numbers here is very interesting to me. It's like visual art people are relatively comfortable with, like by comparison. But like when we get into novels and films and TV, it's an almost even split. Which, why is one thing different from another thing, right? Why is a novel not the same as visual art in your mind? No, colors are the same. Within these nuances, a gaping generational divide. Younger respondents far less likely to feel disquiet about the automation of culture. Yeah, what are we talking? So, like, 50% on up to 64 in the 18 to 34 demographic, while 19 to 40% in the older than me demographic. Like, how much does this have to do with comfort with digital technology, with the internet, with the creation tools that already exist, so on and so forth? Generative technology has already displaced legions of workers whose processes have been observed, measured, and replicated. This tells me, like, if your job can be replicated by a piece of technology, humans probably shouldn't be doing it. Maybe shouldn't even have been doing it in the first place. The number, like, anecdotal, but the number of stories that I get from people, like, for example, like when Endless was on, talking about how much of the work at the place that they are currently at is capable of being automated. Listening to a friend of mine tell me about the company that he just got a job at a new company, and they are doing so many levels of like repeat work and like inefficient work, and he can automate chunks of it, right? Like huge chunks of it. And like, even if it was just getting us back to like a baseline of something, like, I guarantee you, as a person who has worked in customer service and in a variety of different offices, like, I worked for a major bank as a temp, and their files were a fucking disaster. Like, their paper in the cabinet files were a disaster. And this was a bank in the loan mortgage section. Like, Jesus Christ. A major soft drink distributor that I worked in their local distribution hub, I worked in the office, and like when I was bored because there was a significant amount of downtime in between the jobs that I had to do, and I was bored, so I'm like, let me do something. Let me take a look at your again paper files in a file cabinet. This was a million years ago. But let me take a look and see if I can, because I'm weird. I enjoy like alphabetizing and stuff. It's a thing. Don't at me. But I open this file cabinet and I have no idea what their filing system was. To this day, I have no idea. It was just files. And I just spent I just spent a whole bunch of time just let me take out these files and put them back in alphabetical order and put them back, and I will help you because that's how you find things. Like, holy fuck. And that, like, first of all, you don't who wants to work with paper files? No one wants to work with paper files. You want to work with computer files. It is much easier to work with computer files than it is to work with paper files. Like, there are very, very limited advantages to paper files versus computer files. I think we can all agree on that. Unless you don't, and then tell me and give me your reasons. This is just the next level of that. Why should you go search for whatever it is that you need when you could ask a chatbot, I need a report, please. I need a report on the following things. And it comes back with that report for you, right? Because you don't want to run the report. You don't really want to do that. You want the end result. So letting the automation do all the things that you really don't want to do just to get your result for whatever reason that you need it, that sounds like an ideal situation, right? Whether it's whether it's a film script or an automated checkout, AI feeds insatiably on the labor of real people. Yeah, again, like the particular choices of words always matter, right? Insatiably and real people. Now, don't get me wrong. You can make yes, humans are real people, and the AI is currently not indicated that it is a real person for whatever value that is. But this feels more like, Democrat neoliberalism. Like, well, what will the pores do if they don't work? When AI spits out its own version, the humans who made these products possible get no reward nor any control over their output. Again, we've covered this. There's a deeper issue there, but only if you want to consider that capitalism is a bottleneck. Advocates of AI are adept at extolling the potential of their advanced processing. From energy efficiency to health to accessibility, they proselytize, there's a word, compelling user cases to justify the rapid investment and development. Justify, another word. Why don't you just say rationalize? And development of these tools. Less attention is paid to the risks of things going awry. This is a common thing. Like, this is my argument, around fully autonomous vehicles is how, yes, a fully autonomous vehicle may do thing. How many humans do same thing in same time period, right? So if it needs to be perfect, then we'll never do anything, right? And this concentration on things going awry is always going to be a thing. Now, don't get me wrong, safety is an issue. We need to consider safety and like that. But there is you're not doing a real comparison. Humans are special. Whatever humans do, they have to do. To replace them with a form of technology, that technology must be perfect, not simply better than the humans. This is the sum of the argument. And if you feel that I'm straw manning this person, let me know. The Albanese government has instituted a review on AI regulation in Australia. That's a weird sentence. It is also the first time inserted. It has also, for the first time, inserted an AI platform in party policy, although its wording reflects the upbeat deposition of the tech industry with the need for guardrails as a sidebar. But as former Human Rights Commissioner Edward Santow and his team at Human Technology Institute pointed out last week, any regulation needs to take place on solid foundations. Personal information is the fuel for AI, so the starting point should be to update our privacy law. Like, we've needed a data privacy law for 2 decades now, maybe longer, maybe much longer. Okay, we're going to read those last 2 paragraphs and then we're done. Like Oppenheimer's bomb, privacy is another consequence of the Second World War. A determination that the collection of personal information that enabled the dehumanization of the Holocaust should never again be enabled. That consensus was only broken when technology was deployed to keep people safe in the wake of 9/11 terrorism attacks, when our government greenlit the capture, analysis, and commodification of our online behavior in the name of public safety. But prior to that point, like, there were people were capturing your data. This is the first point at which government got involved, right? Like, was post 9/11 and things like the Patriot Act and stuff of that nature. It's not like people were not collecting. Straw manning is like where okay, so there's 2 things. There's straw manning and steel manning, right? If you say something, right, we're having a debate and you say something. If I say I'm going to steel man your argument, I'm going to repeat it back to you in a different way, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. But I'm like making the best argument based on what I think you're trying to say, right? In my case, if I was talking about capitalism, right, like I would say something along the lines of, let me steel man your argument. Capitalism has lifted extensive populations out of abject poverty. It has allowed for the biggest technological boom in history. And therefore, like, it has done a significantly better job than centralized economies in responding quickly to rapidly changing events, right? Like, that would be me steel manning capitalism. If I was straw manning capitalism, I would say something along the lines of that, capitalism. Like, every time I think of some hyperbolic straw man for capitalism, it's like, well, no, but that actually is a thing. So it's like rewording your words in bad faith. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. When you straw man something, what it is that, like, someone makes an argument and you repeat back their argument in such a way that the straw man, and it comes from the idea that it went back in the swords days. You would make a straw man and hang it up from the thing in order to fight it, right? So you would have this easy target for your sword practice. And that's the metaphor that straw manning the in debate terms is like, it is, you rephrase a person's argument in a way that's more easy to counter. I'm down on my straw manning. Like I've gotten so far away from, debate culture. Example, person A, we should improve mental health services. Person B, so you're saying we should ignore all other health care. That's irresponsible. That is a common, like, remove mental health services and all other health care and replace them with any other argument. That is probably the most common straw man I've seen, on the thing. You see it a lot on Twitter where people will take something that somebody said and do exactly that, where they reword it in a way that it's not actually what the person was trying to say, but that's the argument that they would prefer to have. All right, we're done with this. It'll be available to you. Oh, give me some good news. Yeah. So, origami-inspired robot can gently turn pages and carry objects 16,000 times its own weight. The gripper design finds a balance between strength, precision, and gentleness. Look at this thing. Exactly. Right? Background on origami. With additional refinements, engineers believe the gripper could find its way into a wide array of industries, as well as into human prosthetics. It's difficult to develop a single soft gripper that is capable of handling ultra soft, ultra thin, and heavy objects due to trade offs between strength, precision, and gentleness. Our design achieves an excellent balance of these characteristics. While previous soft grippers have been developed using elements of kirigami, the researchers' tendril-like structures distribute their force in such a way as to be delicate and precise enough to help zip certain zippers and pick up coins. The shape and angling allows the 0.4 gram grippers to hold objects as heavy as 6.4 kilograms, and that's like 12, 13, about 14 pounds in freedom units, right? A payload to weight ratio 2.5 times higher than the previous industry record. All I can do is think of testing this thing while, like, here, peel this orange and it just exploding. Yeah, well, like, this is one of the things for robots, right? Like, if you want a kitchen bot, it needs to be able to handle eggs, but it needs to be able to crack eggs. It needs to be able to handle fruit, but it also needs to be able to, like, cut fruit. Like, there's a bunch of different things that can happen there. So having the ability, like, if the robot takes your hand to help you up, you don't want it to crush your hand, ideally. How long is this? 35 seconds. Hit me. Yo, look at this. Okay, in the middle here, in the middle one, it picks up a water drop. And then lets it go. Like, look at that. It grabbed the dandelion without disrupting the seeds. And that, like, right there, like, for the farming aspect, right? The picking of grapes or the picking of tomatoes, other soft fruits, that is going to be key. Not yet, Mr. Wolf. Not yet. So that's cool. That is super cool. And then here is Kirigami to make ultra-strong light-wing structures. Produced with techniques borrowed from Japanese paper cutting, the strong metal lattices are lighter than cork and have customizable mechanical properties. Inspired by bones and other cellular solids found in nature, humans have used the same concept to develop architected materials. By changing the geometry of the unit cells that make up these materials, researchers can customize the material's mechanical, thermal, or acoustic properties. Architected materials are used in many applications, from shock-absorbing packing foam to heat-regulating radiators. That is cool. Material is like steel cork. It's lighter than cork, but with higher strength and high stiffness. Dope. New robot alert. Apptronik introduces Apollo humanoid robot. Apollo's custom actuators will keep the cost low. Today, Apptronik is unveiling Apollo. It says the robot is designed to transform the industrial workforce and beyond in service of improving the human experience. First be used in logistics and manufacturing, but Apptronik promises endless potential applications long term. Still, the company must make it happen. It's a big step from a prototype to a commercial product. The biped we saw in January was a prototype for Apollo. The robot is roughly human size, standing 1.7 meters tall, weighing 73 kilograms. So that's 140, like about 160, somewhere in there. No. Maximum payload of 25 kilograms. It can run for about 4 hours on a swappable battery. Company has 2 of these robots right now, and it's building 4 more. So we're way... Yeah, they're trying to make the iPhone of robots, enabling development partners to expand on Apptronik developed solutions and extend the digital world into the physical world. So we're well away from actually having something, to look at, but when I say well away, I mean a few years, not like decades. I always wonder about these robots. Google had like 20 damn arms with eyes. Like, yeah, like there. I could spend a whole bunch of time digging into what happened to, kind of robots. Like we did the retrospective of Boston Dynamics robots. Be interesting to see what people got going on. Pybot, the world's first humanoid robot pilot. Again, like, why? But, okay. Number of robot pilots. Difference between these robot pilots and the one developed by researchers at the Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. The Pybot, the newest robot designed to fly a plane, uses AI technology and is a humanoid. The humanoid part that makes it a world first. Humanoid robots do not require the modification of existing aircraft and can be applied immediately to automated flights. So, yes, this is true. If you have the difference between having a fully autonomous vehicle and having a robot that can drive your existing car. But what I don't want to happen is for this to stall other kinds of development, because we can just keep making things as they are. Exactly, right? Because it's a humanoid robot, Pybot can accurately manipulate the plane's cockpit switches, even during harsh turbulence. Thanks to the embedded camera, the robot can analyze both the state of the cockpit and the outside environment. So cool. expected to be completed 2026. So they're expecting 2026. They're going to be rolling out a robot pilot, and if it can pilot, it can drive. The India thing. India joins an elite club as the first to land a spacecraft near the. Okay, this is a bad headline. India joins an elite club as first to land a spacecraft near the moon's south pole. They are the only ones to land near the moon's south pole. They join an elite club of people who have landed on the moon. Right? 4 countries, United States, Russia, China, and now India, have landed on the moon. And to all the, we fake the moon landing people. Well, Russia landed on the moon prior to the most recent time when they landed on the moon. For the people who say that we faked the moon landing, in the process of landing on the moon, it flew over Apollo 11 and Apollo 12's lower landing portion of the lander. If you don't know, right, when we landed on the moon back in the 60s with the Apollo missions, there was the legs and then the capsule, and the capsule fit on here, and the whole thing came down and landed. And then they did astronaut shit on the moon. And then they took off in the capsule part, not in like a pod part, and left the legs and shit on the moon. And India has pictures of that. They were on the internet. They're on Twitter. So, I hope that puts an end to any discussion. We landed on the moon. The United States landed on the moon. Yeah, see, Sarah, the Russians weren't they weren't trying to land on the surface, right? They were trying to do deep core exploration of the moon, right? Like and then, yeah, they had a little lunar rover that came out and did experiments. Mission's going to last 2 weeks, and the next attempt will be a manned mission. Now, there's a bunch of issues going on in India, so I'm not commenting on the Indian state and what they maybe ought to be doing. Just the more people who get on the moon, the better off we're all going to be. I want the same application that we use with Antarctica, as long as we're going to have nation states until that fucks off. Antarctica is for everybody. The moon is for everybody. I know that Space Force and Mr. Trump want to, militarize space, but get fucked. What else we got? Oh, this sucked. So they got this thing, Clear Space One. They were attempting to. There's a bunch of crap in space. It's a problem. It's always been a problem. It's becoming an additional problem. What happens is that crap in orbit goes very fast and smacks into stuff that we actually care about and punches very large holes. And holes in space are bad. So they got this Clear Space One satellite type thing up here, and Oh no, okay, cool. It's not the thing, it's a target. The target for a space debris cleanup mission is apparently in pieces. So Lois, you're a collection of holes. If you were in space, would you be bad? I would be bad in space. I'm not built for space. Even best case scenario on the ISS, I am not built for space. Though might do wonders for my knees. So there was a leftover rocket adapter. They were gonna go get it, right? And something hit it, and now it's in pieces, right? Ultimately, that you can see that's a problem. The objects are likely space debris from a hypervelocity impact of a small untracked object that smacked into the payload adapter, the agency said. We may never know if the crashing object was natural or artificial, given it didn't appear on tracking systems. What up, Reading Rap? Welcome, welcome. I'm more like those spherical cows of physics. Yeah, exactly. Oh, what are we at? Is Pi Bot? Okay, here we are. Bloop. The enchilada trap. A little bit of quantum computer news. The enchilada trap. New device. No, thank you. I'm good. New device paves the way for bigger and better quantum computers. Produced the first lot of new world-class ion trap, a central component for certain quantum computers. This innovative device, termed the enchilada trap, enables researchers to construct more powerful machines, propelling the experimental yet groundbreaking realm of quantum computing forward. In addition to traps operated at Sandia, several traps will be used at these places. An ion trap is a type of microchip that holds electrically charged atoms, or ions. With more trapped ions, or qubits, a quantum computer can run more complex algorithms. With sufficient control hardware, the enchilada trap could store and transport up to 200 qubits using a network of 5 trapping zones inspired by its predecessor, the Roadrunner trap. Both versions are produced by them guys. Yeah, so we're still at the point, just to bring it back down. A quantum computer with up to 200 qubits and current error rates will not outperform conventional computers for solving useful problems. However, it will enable researchers to test an architecture with many qubits that in the future will support more sophisticated quantum algorithms for these fields. The issue with the qubits, as I understand it right now, is noise. It picks up a lot of noise from the rest of the universe. And if there was some other research that we covered on a previous episode where they were limiting, or they weren't limiting the noise, they were able to get good results in spite of the noise, right? So they're learning to analyze the information that exist within the noise. And that might be the way we go. We are still pretty far off from quantum computers, and again, the applications for quantum computers within like a home, I think are very limited. You're going to see a variation on what we have now. Possibly again with the 3D architecture or brain organelles. There's a bunch of other ways that we can go, and that is what the future of home computing will be, and general business computing or whatever might take the place of business in a post-work future. You're going to see variations on that rather than quantum computing giving us like some special home computers. Which is not to say that it can't happen. I'm just saying I don't see it. I don't see that path. Okay, so this is an expansion on something that we covered before. Google and YouTube are trying to have it both ways with AI and copyright. Google has made it clear it is going to use the open web to inform and create anything it wants, and nothing can get in its way except maybe Frank Sinatra. Yeah, what is something that I notice is a bunch of my Freddie Mercury AI covers are gone. Sad. Like, I'm just saying, if I had an AI or if I had a downloader program for YouTube, then I probably should have maybe allegedly used that to grab the songs, and probably should endeavor to do that in the future if I were to want to do such a thing. But we covered this Google UMG getting together to do a thing. Background. Google has to keep the music industry in particular happy because YouTube's basically cannot operate without blanket licenses from the labels. No one wants to go back to the labels suing individual parents because their kids were dancing to Prince in a video. And there's no way for YouTube Shorts to compete with TikTok without expansive music rights. And taking those off the table by ending up in court with the labels is a bad idea. So YouTube appears to have caved. Well, that's one way to look at it. Like, these are going, like I have said on multiple occasions, we're talking about negotiated settlements, right? Like, all these things are going to end up as negotiated settlements, right? Whatever issues of copyright that are in court, going to court, being filed, any of that stuff, they are going to come to negotiated settlements, right? Like, I find it incredibly unlikely that they'll go all the way to trial, and from trial to, a conclusion that is against the AI companies, right? The going to trial is a situation where the AI companies don't think you have a case, your lawyer willing to go through with your case, and you having a mad, hard on in order to pursue this case. Right? At some point in time, I would expect the AI companies to offer you negotiated settlement. But if they don't feel that you have anything at all based on your claims, then your lawyer is probably would then tell you to take the negotiated settlement if they didn't see that you had something. You have to have a really, really good case, and there's not enough within our current copyright law, as far as I can tell, to cover this circumstance. Right? Like, we've already seen cases get sent back to the plaintiff, not thrown out, like, not, you can't do this, but this case isn't going to work. You need to do a better case, the judge says. So, but we shall see. I could be wrong. I have been wrong once or twice. This is from Hugging Face. Introducing IDFix? We'll go with IDFix. An open world reproduction of state-of-the-art visual language model. It's image-aware decoder enhanced a la Flamingo with interleaved crossed attentions. See, you're fired, right? This, if it needs to be the first letter of the words, not like last letter, and not hyphen aware, and like, you're fired. Just send it to me. I'll get you a good not anagram. What is that? Like NASA. You know what I'm talking about. Similarly to GPT-4, the model accepts arbitrary sequences of image and text inputs and produces text outputs, built solely on publicly available data models. Going forward, this is going to be the standard operating procedure. In spite of what I just said, no one wants to open up more doors. It's kind of like we did a thing, and then people say, "Oh, you did this thing, and we don't like it," and then you saying, "Okay, we're going to continue to do that thing." Now you're flaunting it in front of people, and that goes over very poorly. You're going to see more things like Adobe working with their own data, right? Like their own collection of images. You're going to see things like OpenAI working with Shutterstock in order to create their AIs. You're going to see more things in the public domain, or people buying or partnering with other companies that already have the data that they wish to use. And again, I don't see an issue with like under the law, right? Not ethics, the law, that the AI companies did anything wrong. They bought available data sets and used them to train their models. If anyone would be found like responsible for that, you would go back to the companies that aggregated the data in order to create the data sets. They would be most wrong, as they were at that front point, and the AI companies acted in good faith in their business dealings with this company. The development of state-of-the-art models should be more transparent, sure. Our goal is to reproduce and provide the AI community with systems that match the capabilities of large proprietary models like Flamingo. As such, we took important steps contributing to bringing transparency to these AI systems. And because people made noise about what they were unhappy with, segments of the AI community have responded by doing exactly that. Right? If you say what you want, then you are more likely to get what you ask for. So that's cool. And if you're on GitHub and you want to work with this stuff, it is available to you. How ChatGPT turned generative AI into an anything tool. Until recently, AI models were specialized tools. Modern LLMs are different. This is from Ars Technica. Right? So this founder thought that to benefit from generative AI, the robotics company would need to create its own specialized generative AI model for robotics. Instead, the team discovered that for many cases, they could use off-the-shelf ChatGPT for controlling the robots without the AI having ever been specifically trained for it. Heard similar things from technologists working on everything from health insurance to semiconductor design. To create ChatGPT, a chatbot that lets humans use generative AI by simply having a conversation, OpenAI needed to change large language models like GPT-3 to become more responsive to human interaction. What up, Lenny? How you doing? But perhaps inadvertently, these same changes let the successors to GPT-3, like 3.5 and 4, be used as powerful general-purpose information processing tools. Tools that aren't dependent on the knowledge the AI model was originally trained on or the applications the model was trained for. This requires using the AI models in a completely different way. Programming instead of chatting, new data instead of training. But it's opening the way for AI to become general purpose rather than specialized, more of an anything tool. Now, an important caveat in the time of AI hype, when I say general purpose and anything tool, I mean in the way CPUs are general purpose versus, say, specialized signal processing chips. They are tools that can be used for a wide variety of tasks, not all powerful and all knowing. And just like good programmers don't deploy code to production without code review and unit tests, AI output will need its own processes and procedures. The applications I talk about below are tools for multiplying human productivity, not autonomous agents running amok. But the important thing is to recognize what AI can usefully do. Okay. Probability, there's background. Gradient descent. Innovation 1, following commands. GPT-2, word association game. GPT-3 was a step forward, length and complexity. This is a natural extension of the autocomplete capability, training the AI that the next words to come after a question should be an answer rather than extension of the question. And the next words after a command like write me a poem should be the poem being asked for and not a longer version of the command. Say you want an article about scientists discovering unicorns in the Andes. Instead of simply writing a summary prompt and letting the AI fill out a few paragraphs, you can tell GPT explicitly, write a short story, write a short article about scientists discovering unicorns in the Andes in the style of a BuzzFeed list. Please. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Always please and thank you. And it would do so. Innovation 2, taking feedback. If the AI produces something that's almost right, you don't want to start over. You want it to start from the output the AI already gave you so you can guide it from bad to good to great. You need to train the AI to understand feedback. There's a way to do this. The input to an AI model is called the context window. You can think of the context window as the text that our magic autocomplete takes in and then continues from. One way to work with an AI is to feed it own output back into the context window so that each input isn't just a command, but a command plus a history to apply that command to. This way you get the AI to modify its past output into something better. You need the AI to understand how to take commands to make edits and not just new output. And this is what OpenAI accomplished with a version of GPT-3. Right? So user entry into new command, combine input with history given to LLM to generate a new output. New output becomes part of chat history. And this is why one of the things we talk about is like the length of conversation that the AI can have. It is that history that it can continue to look back to try and create the outcome that you're looking for. And remember, your efforts to create best outcomes are unless you opt out, going to be part of the training data for the next generation and so forth. The new framework, processing instead of chat. Here's how this works. Consider the simplest platonic idea of a computer. CPU, some working memory, and a program. The CPU takes the data in the working memory, follows the instruction given to it via the program, processes the data to produce something useful, or not, depending on the skill of the programmer. The key is that the CPU is generic and general purpose. Doesn't have to know anything in particular about the data it's working with, so the same PU can be used with all kinds of data. Now look at how ChatGPT works. We have an AI model, GPT-4, that has the ability to take input via context window. We also have the ability to treat part of the input as commands and part of the input as history or memory that the commands apply to. If we use GPT-4 power ChatGPT, we've created a chatbot that uses that memory for a record of the conversation it's been having. PSA, fresh ginger root is still spicy after boiling in honey. Good to know. So yeah. Nice, positive AI article. I don't care about accepting cookies generally because I run another program very often that deletes all cookies. And like, yeah. VMware and NVIDIA unlock generative AI for enterprise. Announce the expansion of the strategic partnership, customize models, and run generative AI applications, including intelligent chatbots, assistance, search, and summarization. The platform will be fully integrated solution featuring generative AI software and accelerated computing from NVIDIA, built on VM Cloud Foundation and optimized for AI. There you go. Generative AI and multi-cloud are the perfect match. Customer data is everywhere in their data centers, at the edge, and in their clouds. Together with NVIDIA, will empower enterprises to run their generative AI workloads adjacent to their data with confidence while addressing their corporate data privacy, security, yada, yada, yada. It's funny to me, like, because we go over these articles, but there are still very loud AI naysayers who I just have this Where's Waldo kind of visualization of them screaming about how AI is just a fad, and it's like it's people, it's just a gold rush and tech bros and all this stuff in a completely I don't speak enough Spanish. Where is the? Does that mean what I think it means? Drujo? And do you say Drujos or Drugos? My Spanish teacher, prof, taught me to this day. Like this goes all the way back to 8th or ninth grade, and prof, A E I O U, Guajabita del Peru, ni tan dulce ni tan agria. A E I O U. So like I've got that in my brain going all the way back. Yeah, the Guajabita del Peru. I can't roll my R's very well, but yeah. Yeah, but welcome in, Ponder Monkey. All right, what's next? More capitalist rags talking about stuff. Together, it is Mark Tech Post. Oh, this isn't a capitalist rag. This is a tech rag. Together AI unveils Llama 2 Instruct, a breakthrough in extended context language processing. This is what we were just talking about with the thing. Contemporary natural language processing techniques rely heavily on tools and methodologies that grapple with the complexity of protracted instructions. However, the research team's creation, Llama 2 yada yada, ventures into promising new territory. By skillfully harnessing the capability of Together Inference API, the team has conceived a model that thrives in the realm of longer instruction without compromising its performance in briefer contextual scenarios. The strategy echoes the successful approaches embraced by models like Alpaca, Vicuna, WizardLM, and Orca, where tapping into potent language models yields invaluable insights. So this is mostly techie stuff, but I thought it was very interesting. Again, you know, the advances are coming. AI is not a fad. AI is not a fad. And did I mention AI is not a fad? From New Scientist, a map of every conceivable molecule could be possible with AI. A map of all chemicals that places compounds with similar properties next to each other could speed up the process of discovery for everything from drugs to materials. Chemists want to build a map of every possible molecule. The idea from the map would be that nearby molecules have similar properties. For example, compounds that respond to heat or to other chemicals in a similar way would be close together. That's a weird break. Different properties would correspond to different dimensions on the map, so it would be a 3D map. This means that if researchers knew of, say, a catalyst that contains a toxic ingredient, they could move along the toxicity dimension to find a safer chemical that works just as well. That is huge, right? The issue of forever chemicals, right? Like if we could get away from that as a thing, that'd be awesome, right? AI may now be good enough to help overcome the vast task of putting such a map together. If we know the right question to ask of AI, it's possible to think about coming up with a discovery of a new molecule in days or weeks that would normally have taken decades. To give you an example of what kind of map they're talking about, some maps already exist for this purpose, such as a database of 166.4 billion organic molecules smaller than 17 atoms. And ChemMaps, which has nearly 50,000 drugs and environmentally problematic compounds organized into a three-dimensional grid of chemical properties. These are small in comparison to a map of every molecule. For just small drug-like companies, for instance, there could be as many as 10 to the 60th power. That's a 1 with 60 zeros after it. Molecules, each with multiple properties relevant for creating them. Point of the success of AlphaFold. Building a chemical map will be more difficult because some data that is needed isn't easily accessible. Procedures that did not work or compounds that were not published, it's all sitting in somebody's thesis or lab notebook. What up, Paradigm? Welcome in, homie. Everybody following Paradigm? Not following Paradigm. What are you doing with your life? I follow Paradigm. Paradigm is the stream that I do not miss, right? Oh, crap. I hit allow. No, I don't want you to show me notifications. Jesus Christ. I don't have the article for it, but like I have the dark side to this article in my head that I'll talk about after I talk about this portion of the article. AI revolution, paralyzed woman speaks via digital avatar. Key facts: the BCI developed decodes brain signals into synthesized speech and facial expression, enabling paralyzed individuals to communicate. I don't know. Why is Mirror black? Enabling paralyzed individuals to communicate more naturally. Instead of recognizing whole words, the system identifies phonemes, the subunits of speech, enhancing speed and accuracy. The digital avatar's voice was personalized to mirror the user's voice pre-injury, and facial animations were driven by software that interpreted the brain signals for various facial expression. And we got a video.
Voices beyond silence. AI restores paralyzed woman's voice. Imagine a world where losing your ability to speak doesn't mean silence. Today, we dive into a breakthrough from the brilliant minds at UC San Francisco and UC Berkeley. They've developed an innovative brain-computer interface, or BCI for short, and this isn't just any BCI. It's one that's enabled a paralyzed woman to not only speak, but to convey her emotions, all through a digital avatar. For the first time, we're seeing the synthesis of both speech and facial expressions, right from brain signals. The technology transforms thoughts directly into words and emotions without moving a muscle at a staggering 80 words per minute. Instead of the system trying to understand entire words from the brain signals, it deciphers phonemes. Phonemes are to speech what letters are to written words. It's like breaking down the word, hello, into its core sounds. H, ah, l, ow. With just 39 phonemes, it can comprehend any word in the English language. This resulted in a system that's more accurate and 3 times as fast. And the woman's digital avatar? It doesn't emit a robotic tone. The researchers personalized it, modeling the voice on a recording of her from a cherished memory, her wedding day. The facial animations, too, were no less personalized. They integrated software that could interpret brain signals, replicating facial movements from a simple smile to expressions of surprise or sadness. This technology promises a world where paralysis can't rob someone of their voice, or their emotions. The research team is already looking ahead, aiming for a wireless version that doesn't tether the user to the BCI. This technology gives voiceless individuals the freedom of independent communication and deeper social interactions. This is a leap towards restoring a full, embodied way of communicating, taking us much closer to making it a real solution for countless patients worldwide. So, here we are, standing on the precipice of a new era, where science and technology come together to unlock voices and ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard. Remember to like and subscribe for more.
Well, that's cool. Now, the dark side. From BBC, Japanese cafe uses robots controlled by paralyzed people. The article that I saw, it included the term of, like, so they can continue to be productive, or so that they can be productive, which, holy fuck, is that dystopian. Total of 10 people with a variety of conditions that restrict their movement have helped control robots at the Donver Cafe. Robot controllers earn 1,000 yen or £7, which is like $10 per hour, the standard rate of pay for waiting staff in Japan. It is hoped the project will give more independence to people with disabilities. So yeah, like in the current meta where we have to work, this has potential, like is helpful, something. But let's never forget that we're aiming for a post-work future, right? We got a lot of news to get to. What's next? What up, Maddie? The sad part is that labor is put above everything. Like, we've been dealing with that all day. Like, we have run into people who that you can tell that their entire basis for communication is like rooted in the current status quo. Why we should all be rooting for boring AI, plus regulating emotion recognition. I went to touch grass. Ethical questions around military. You know my opinion on that. War in Ukraine. Department of Defense. Generative AI tools such as language models are glitchy, unpredictable, and they make things up. They also have massive security vulnerabilities, privacy problems, and deeply ingrained biases. We've covered all that, bro. Come on, man. Like working should have some kind of agency built into it. I mean, yeah. Again, I'm looking for a post work, system. But in the current meta, can't wait for it to be boring. As we edge away from, let's say, labor for production, right? First of all, just to clarify, when I say all labor can be all automated, I do mean all labor, including volunteering, including hobbies, including anything that you enjoy to do, right? Which is not to say that, that I am like aesthetically interested in that, right? Like what I want to get to the point of is where humans doing things are like you choose your level of involvement, and there's a thing that happens because of that, right? Like if you like human created things, like I use the idea of a walking stick, right? Like if I were to get a walking stick and it was to walk, then getting the 3D printed automated walking stick would be great, right? Like cuz it would serve my it would serve my purposes. But if there was a woodworker that I knew who handcrafted me a walking stick that has a different relationship than the 3D printed one, right? Like that means something. But there's no need for exchange, right? Because the woodworker his their needs are all taken care of. They don't have to worry about making money. They just want to be the best woodworker there is. And there is an aesthetic value to a human created thing which has a variety of perfections and imperfections. Exactly. Yeah. But by the same token, there's going to be like, aspects to like AI created art that I will choose my level of involvement in order to create the thing. However, the labor between me and the result is all automated. And I just choose where I wish to step into the process. And like, if I produce a piece of AI art with that, then a person is going to reflect on it, based on like my idea of the creativity of the image, right? Where generally, based on my understanding of humans and their relationship with art, is that if I actually sat and painted even the exact same picture with my hand, then giving it to a person and telling them about the the experience and the process is going to have a different kind of value to them, and that is the future that I want, where it's about aesthetics and the value of the individual. And it actually, who remembers DS9, Deep Space Nine, and Cisco's dad? Right? Cisco's dad worked in a restaurant, right? But you live in a post-scarcity society with credits or not credits, with you got replicators and everything else. Why is there a thing? And it finally, it all came together in the brain of, he creates food because he likes to create food, and he likes people to enjoy the food. And then the people who come to the restaurant, I'm like, hey, Maddie, let me take you to Cisco's dad's restaurant. He does the best, blah, blah, blah. Right? And we go there, and there's like a mutual kind of like a feeling of, you're grateful to me for introducing you to this restaurant and having this great experience with the food. He's grateful that people can appreciate his food. I'm grateful because I got to share the food with my friend and, in this restaurant and everything else. There's no exchange point that happens. We don't pay the bill. There is no bill to pay. We just schedule our reservation. We show up at that time. Yeah. And that's the thing, is that there will be people who, like, all the go-getters and people are motivated to do all the time and just got to go. And right. They will be able to do that. It's just the value of running spreadsheet reports from your laptop while on the beach will drop to nil, while the creation of new food experiences, new art experiences, new musical experiences, the things that we regard as human and we value as human, will increase their value, while people who are really good at making money, their utility to society will drop to zero. But some people, like, I have a couple of board games over here that are basically about, like, to varying degrees, logistics and keeping track of a bunch of logistical issues, right? Nobody's going to play these games with me. I have them because I want them, and the vain hope that someday someone will play the logistics of World War II with me. But I have no expectation, because it's less about fun and more about a different kind of fun. Yeah, that's actually a really real thing in board gaming, is playing a spreadsheet. Like, you have to be a certain kind of person to want to play those kind of games. So yeah. This person seems to be going off about war, so we'll move on, because there should be no war. Hit me. I do too. I told the story. You weren't here for it. Like, I was working at a local distribution arm of a national soda company, and their filing cabinet. This is back in the day when it was a filing cabinet that held the information, and it was completely disorganized. And in my downtime in between what I was doing, I would alphabetize the files, because they were in a bizarre, if any, kind of organization format, and I enjoyed alphabetizing. Like, I can't tell you the number of times that I took a big box of Magic cards and organize them, I would set a criteria and then reorganize them according to that criteria. Like, okay, that's alphabetized. Okay, it's commonness of use within my decks. Next time it's going to be like casting cost, right? Like, you feel me? MFA versus GPT, how to push the art of writing out of a computer's reach. No question is more dreadfully pretentious than what is art, except possibly, can you come see my one-person show? Yet I've accepted that at some point in the course of life, both will need to be answered. Because I'm a writer facing the advent of ChatGPT, the time for the first question is now. Yeah, no, I would have enjoyed, I never worked in a video store, but I really think I would have enjoyed, not a Blockbuster, which I'm sure had a corporate organization thing, but like a local video store, because yeah, I would have organized it. Right? I would have organized it by like, what I like, I'm going to organize everything by director. You know what I mean? Oh, you like that movie? Well, this is all his movies. Alphabetized by director, and then alphabetized movies within that individual director. That sounds like fun. I would do that now. Most people forget that creative writing is an art form. It is. But like, this goes back to that other... Where was it? Right? So like visual art, people are very comfortable with, but read novels, watch films and TV, they're less comfortable with. I think that this person doesn't agree with the data. Art plumbs the depth of human experience and distills the emotion found there. Rise of ChatGPT forces us to think about this distinction between art and good writing, or craft, as we're taught to call it. For most writers, the path to publishing involves writing preparatory programs, workshops and private writing classes, and MFA programs that are structured around the mastery of writing as a craft. But if we want human writing to survive as an art and as a profession, I don't want it to survive as a profession, right? Like, it's the terminology of capitalism, productivity, profession, things like that. These programs need to reassess their priorities because they are facing an existential crisis. Love graduate school, pandemic, Zoom. It was a pandemic, and we were workshopping a classmate's story that we all agreed wasn't working. On the Zoom, we danced around the reason, but privately in a smaller chat, some of us were more frank. The author was evading the real reason the character seemed so distressed. In other words, the story was a well-written pile of emotional bullshit. Encountering this story feels the same as hearing a well-phrased but feeble excuse in real life. You might accept it, but you're not buying it. Yet the professor's advice was all about cleaning up the point of view and adding more action. In short, mechanical fixes for an emotional problem. Give me one moment. I'll be right back with you. I gotta transition to the thing. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was
Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible, that the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money, a plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
Okay, and we're back. Sorry, my wife just got home and I had to talk with her about some things real quick. Oh crap, I closed it. Writing beautiful, clear sentences. They're string together in gorgeous paragraphs to assemble into elegantly constructed narratives requires discipline and discernment and technical understanding. Okay, literary art is not the mechanics of sentences, how those sentences support emotional honesty. You can dissect great writing without ever analyzing or even discussing the emotions involved or evoked and walk away with some craft strategies to deploy in your own work. But a machine can do that too. It can read, it has read, the same great writers I have read. See, and this is an honest, discussion of the process of artificial intelligence creating art, and it puts it in the category that it should be, right? Like that the machine, the AI studying the art in whatever form and however you want to change the word study into something that makes you comfortable, that it's doing the same thing that humans do, right? In a different way. It looks different from the outside, but functionally it's the same. It can and is beginning to learn all the clever lessons of craft. What up, Reading Rap? Welcome back. It will almost certainly become capable of producing what many MFA classes would consider good writing. But if that's the case, maybe that good writing isn't so good after all. No, you're fine. No one's required to be here, right? I don't demand that anyone be here. But if that's the case, maybe that good writing isn't so good after all. If this new technology makes such writing ubiquitous, that writing may as well be obsolete. If we want to push the art of writing out of a computer's reach, the questions posed in writing workshops should go past how does this piece work better, or how could this piece work better, to how could this piece be more honest, more emotionally effective, more resonant, based, right? if you just want to exclude AI because it's competing with you, I understand. I'm not judging you for that. We live in the current meta of capitalism and like that, but like your art should speak for itself, right? Like you need to invest in what you create, and it should evoke a feeling. Some of the problem may lie in the tendency of literary fiction writers to disregard what mass market novels can teach us. These books are not always masterfully written, but if the videos of readers weeping on Book Talk are evidence, they are clearly tapping into human experience and making readers feel a hell of a lot, apparently. And this is a thing, like there's a thing called the Western canon, right? Like, and you know, the great works of so and such and that kind of stuff is like, though I'm not saying that any of those are necessarily are good or bad or whatever your personal feelings are about them, but it's like I have read what would probably be regarded by some people as like trash novels, right? But like they were engrossing. Like I read this novel about a guy let me tell you this one. I read this novel called Prison Ship, right? You can find Prison Ship probably out there on the internet. Literally Prison Ship. And it was about, there's these two guys in the prison and a ship in space which was transporting alien prisoners. The guys in prison ended up like kind of like taking over the prison behind the scenes and running all sorts of like computer systems and all that kind of stuff, and like creating this high-tech criminal enterprise operated from within the prison. And then the aliens being transported end up, spoiler for the whole book, but end up taking control of the prison ship and end up communicating with the dudes in the prison and landing the prison or their ship in the prison, and then a bunch of stuff happens, right? Like I won't tell you everything, but the reason this novel always sticks with me is because at the beginning of the book, it told me that there is some really graphic sections of stuff that's going to happen, and like mostly graphic violence. And it said those passages are going to begin with 3 stars and end with 3 asterisks, like just breaks in the page. So like if you're not ready for that, you can just skip those parts, but they're like the action sequences, right? And like if you've ever seen Eastern Consequences, the scene that takes place within the sauna, the Turkish bath, it was like that kind of like graphic. But it was not what you would call a good novel, you know what I mean? But it was like I read this Eastern Promises. What did I say? Whatever I said was wrong and Maddie's correct. I read this book like 1,000 years ago, and I still talk about it. Like there was so much interest. And I cared about the characters, right? Like okay, right? Yeah, boop boop boop. I got it. So yeah, Prison Ship. Check it out. So yeah, So I like what he's doing here. Just finished Batman fan fiction where Harley Quinn and Nightwing have to keep their love for each other a secret because of Batman and the Joker. It was weird, but cool. Also, Robin gets stabbed in the eyeball and dies. Puggies. No. Like, I am always open to be corrected, especially about factual information. And like, I am a media junkie. I really can't get enough. If it wasn't going to disrupt stream, I would probably have something playing on this TV right now. Reading Rap, if you haven't seen the Harley Quinn cartoon that's on Max or wherever you find Max programs, I just started. I didn't realize I didn't see season 3. Season 4 just dropped relatively recently, and I went to go watch 4, and that, yeah, okay, so you've seen it. Like, that fan fiction sounded like that show. I highly recommend it. So this is a good article. I like this person's approach. VentureBeat, capitalist propaganda. Princeton University's AI snake oil authors say generative AI hype has spiraled out of control. I mean, go look at the first half of this stream, or the first 2 hours of this stream, and I think you're wrong, baby, but let's hit me. Back in 2019, Princeton University's Arvind Narayanan, I think, professor of computer science and expert on algorithmic fairness, AI and privacy, shared a set of slides on Twitter called AI Snake Oil. The presentation, which claimed that much of what's being sold as AI today is snake oil. It does not and cannot work. Quickly went viral. Went on to state AI Snake Oil Substack with his PhD student Sayash Kapoor, previously a software engineer, and the pair snagged a book deal to explore what makes AI click, what makes certain problems resistant to AI, and how to tell the difference. Now, with the generative AI craze, they are about to hand in a book draft that goes beyond their original thesis to tackle today's Gen AI hype, some of which they say has spiraled out of control. When I first started speaking about AI snake oil, it was almost entirely focused on predictive AI. One of the main things we've been trying to do with our writing is to make clear the distinction between generative and predictive and other types of AI, and why the rapid progress in one might not imply anything for the other. We were very clear as we started the process that we thought the progress in Gen AI was real, but like almost everybody else, we were caught off guard by the extent to which things have been progressing, especially the way in which it's become a consumer technology. That's something I would not have predicted. Then you weren't paying attention, my dude. When something, all right, now feels like Bitcoin and yeah, like, we already did the thing where, like, was it Gertner? The hype cycle doesn't actually apply beyond 4% of cases based on their own data. And don't get me wrong, this is an important thing to remember. I don't know, like, I'm getting a vibe, but we'll leave the vibe alone. I don't know exactly what pool of AI they are referring to, right? Again, the problem with definitions, we don't have collective definitions. People want to parse things out and so on and so forth. And if you Google, or if you go to the Google Play Store or your Apple Store and you type in AI into the app store, you're going to find like a bunch of stuff that is probably not even AI by anyone's definition, right? Like I saw something that was that used the GPT, but GPT had nothing to do with Chat GPT. It was this person with their own anagram that they chose GPT to work for, right? Like, so always be careful, right? Like, always be careful. Read about what it is that you see. Don't just download shit onto your phone or your computer. Look at it, right? But again, like, AI is not hype. AI is not fad. AI is real, and AI is here. Pet GPT. Something becomes consumer tech, it just takes on a massively different kind of significance in people's minds. So we had to refocus a lot of what our book was about. We didn't change any of our arguments or positions, of course, but there's much more balanced focus between predictive and gen. Product safety. So the focus on AI shifted from debunking predictive AI, pointing out why those textures cannot work in any possible domain, no matter what models you use, no matter how much data you have, to Gen AI, where we feel they need more guardrails, more responsible tech. Okay, I mean, this part is fair. And I'm not gonna. I would need to look more into this and what they're arguing and everything else. We still want people to think about different types of AI differently. That's our core message, okay? If somebody's trying to tell you how to think about all types of AI across the board, we think they're definitely oversimplifying things. That's fair. When it comes to Gen AI, we clearly and repeatedly acknowledge in the book that this is a powerful technology, that it's already having useful impacts for a lot of people, but at the same time, there's a lot of hype around it. While it's very capable, some of the hype is spiraled out of control. Example. Give me an example. Give me a frame of reference, you. Unethical development practices, sure. So we want people to be mindful of all of that, use their collective power, use that power to make change. Got a blog, large language models and security. Okay. People were taken aback by our stance on some incidents where we argued that AI was not uniquely positioned to make disinformation worse. Okay, same page. Based on that feedback, we did a lot more research and engagement with current and past literature, talked to a few people, which really helped us refine our thinking. Oh. Found some Al Gore out in the wild. It was obviously trained to swap words, so its topic is the Tesla Mannequin 3. What is this? Oh, AI Gore. Well, then why don't you use a capital I instead of a lowercase L? Why do we have a dude named Al Gore? It's a problem. New Tesla Mannequin 3 brings resale, improved cabin. This is like an AI written article? Story by editor? Yeah. And I'm going to go that this is provided by Racetrack. Yeah. What up, Jason? Al Gore had a pony, I know, because he talked about it in depth in his movie, An Inconvenient Truth. Yeah. But there's a difference between Al Gore and AI Gore that I don't apparently like. I am not good at identifying a lowercase L and a like. I'm gonna have to switch to a different font type in order to keep that from happening again. It's the G. You got to pay attention to the G. That's how you know the difference. Push back on ethical grounds. Some people are very concerned about the labor exploitation. I'm with you on that. Very much advocate for that to change. Yep. And that force companies to change those practices. Cool. But show me, like, this is one of those things where people are like, I wish we had better government. I have no plan to get from here to there, even incrementally, but that's what I want. Cool. Awesome. Only ethical choice of action is someone who's concerned is not to choose Gen AI at all. I think individual abstinence is not a solution to exploitative practices. A company's policy change should be the response. Like, I'm with you, and I don't know. Your biggest pet peeves as far as AI hype. Okay, this might turn out a bit controversial, but we'll see. In the last few months, there's been this increasing so-called rift between the AI ethics and AI safety communities. There's a lot of talk about how this is an academic rift and needs to be resolved, how these communities are basically aiming for the same purpose. I think the thing that annoys me most about the discourse around this is that people don't recognize this as a power struggle. It's not really about the intellectual merit of these ideas. Of course, there are lots of bad intellectual and academic claims that have been made on both sides, but that isn't what this is really about. It's about who gets funding. Yeah, I'll give you that. Like, yeah, like they're decoupling funding from academic research has tremendous benefits. Again, the problem is capitalism. Which concerns are prioritized? So looking at it, follow the money, exactly. I bet they're just solved the other topic, shifted to research to corporate application. There it is, yeah. So looking at it as if it's like a clash of individuals or a clash of personalities just really undersells the whole thing, makes it sound like people are out there bickering, whereas in fact it's about something much deeper. We see all kinds of numbers and claims around AI. The Chat GPT scored 70% accurate on the bar exam, or let's say there's an earthquake detection AI that's 80% accurate or whatever. Our view in the book is that these numbers mean virtually nothing, because really the whole ball game is in how well the evaluation that someone conducted in the lab matches the conditions that the AI will have to operate in the real world. And it's because those can be so different. We've had, for instance, very promising proclamations on how close we are to self-driving. But when you put cars out in the world, you start noticing these problems. So you had me, and then you veered off, right? Like, so very promising proclamations is fucking fairy dust, right? Like it, and this seems to, like, who makes the promising proclamations is one guy, and we know the guy. And it's always 1 year off, right? Like that, it just by the end of the year and all that. That guy is not to be trusted. Good? But yes, like I've said before, there are at some point in time you cannot test self-driving cars enough in a controlled environment to get results. Like you can do all the things, you can check all the boxes, but like any form of software, you have to give it to the people who will attempt to break it. Right? And that's what the real world does to self-driving. You have to put these things out into the world, get that data, and make adjustments. That's how that has to work. Same guy who had Elon Mode, which is potentially costing the company $131 million. Yeah, like I understand what you're saying. I have a watch that gives something my bio data. Twitter's changed to X erased between 20 and 40 billion in value. Something along those lines, like everything he does. And he recently says that he is thinking too much about Twitter and it started to become unproductive. And he, where he like, he's reached the point where the toy is no longer interesting and he wants to walk away from it. Like, you can see all the signs. Like, this has not gone the way that he wanted, not gone the way he expected, and now he's done, and he is saddled with this thing, and it's killing him inside. So, you fucked up. So, I don't know. It seems like some hyperbole in that article. Is the AI boom already over? Generative AI tools are generating less interest than just a few months ago. People were amazed. Words and tools. Several months later, the bloom is coming off the AI-generated rose. Yeah, exactly. Governments are ramping up efforts to regulate the technology. Creators are suing over alleged intellectual property and copyright violations. People are balking at the privacy invasions, both real and perceived, that these products enable. And there are plenty of reasons to question how accurate AI-powered chatbots really are and how much people should depend on them. My AI user group had to have standing room for my talk. Nice. Yeah, like, I remember you had some difficulty at the beginning, and now that you're at standing room, that is first rate. I'm glad to hear that. Assuming they're still using them. Recent reports suggest that consumers are starting to lose interest. The new AI-powered Bing search hasn't made a dent. Dude, it's Bing. No matter what you do, you can't get away from the fact that it's Bing. Nothing else matters. It could be the best search engine in the history of search engines, and it will always be Bing. People don't care. It's Bing, dude. It's only like 30. You get... and we loaded the whole conference table and most of the couches. No, that's great, dude. Seriously. ChatGPT is losing users for the first time. We covered this. It's not that ChatGPT is losing users. This is one of those technically accurate, but once you look why, then it turns into something else. There are the API and different other more like relevant programs are preventing people are using ChatGPT, the official program, less, and they're using the API via these other programs and stuff like that more. Like, that's all that it is. And you're getting competition to ChatGPT because you're getting Claude 2, you're getting Bard is improving. You have generative AI, like I showed you, generative AI via Google, the regular Google now. So it's like, this is a misleading statement. And the bots are still prone to basic errors and make them impossible to trust. Again, yes, if you use them if you don't put in an effort, you will get errors. But if you put in an effort, you will get significantly less errors. And also, it depends on what domain you're operating in. I'm getting unhappy with the article. Bard. In some cases, they may be even less accurate now than they were before. A recent Pew survey found that only 18% of U.S. adults had ever used ChatGPT. Like, come on, dude. Yeah, no, Bard is coming along nicely. If I didn't mention Bard, I should have mentioned Bard. Okay, I on my phone, up until Google gave me generative AI in my Google search, I was using Bard in place of Google, generally speaking. And another said they're becoming increasingly concerned about the use of AIs. Like, come on, dude. There's powerful technology that isn't going anywhere anytime soon. The chatbot built with this technology. Okay, but recent reports suggest that as the initial burst of excitement, people may not be as into chatbots as many expected. And this is, okay, so what this is a collection of all the things. Right? Here's a reference to a Washington Post article. We did a bunch of references up here. Nice job, Box. Breaking news. We covered that. Is it new? Like, she created a girlfriend app. Yeah, she created a girlfriend app. And, like, more power to her. Like, you know, absolutely. I didn't mean to, if that came off harsh, I apologize. There's a bunch of questions that exist in here about the idea of like the kind, especially when you tie a girlfriend directly to capitalism, then you end up in a really, really weird, dark place really fast. So yeah. Using generative AI to resurrect the dead will create a burden for the living. AI technologies promise more chatbots and replicas of people. Relevant. Nice job, relevant. Who have passed, but giving voice to the dead comes at a human cost. I'm interested in that. Adriana is such a sweetheart, got nothing but love for the lady. She really amplified me and did a fundraiser for the Innocence Project. Yeah, no, like my understanding is she's a good person. Like I have nothing, and like she got screwed by Twitch. Even if she is compensated and made whole in any way, you can't receive that kind of injury without having your life changed. So she can never be made whole in that kind of idea. But like under the current meta, I don't have any issue with like whatever she's doing to be successful. I mean, it is what it is. Zygo knows her personally. A lot of people seem to at least some level. I seem to be the odd person out. that she's at least been able to make one. So she doesn't want to do sex work, but she has to in this economy. Yeah, looking for a girlfriend, 1,000 gold. Yeah, Twitch screwed her career. Really happy. Yeah, absolutely. You could absolutely use AI to write your obituary. You might have to give it like information about you, and to whatever level you feel comfortable with that. But yeah. The feeling when AI marks needs an AI translator for AI governors. Okay. Given enough data, one can feel like it's possible to keep dead loved ones alive with ChatGPT and other powerful language models. It's feasible to create a more convincing chatbot of a dead person. But doing so, especially in the face of scarce resources and inevitable decay, Jesus, ignores the massive amounts of labor that go into keeping the dead alive online. Like, okay, like I feel what you're saying here. Someone has to do the hard work of maintaining automated systems, as demonstrated by the overworked and underpaid annotators and content moderators behind generative AI, and is also true where replicas of the dead are concerned. From managing a digital estate after gathering passwords and account information to navigating a slowly decaying inherited smart home, digital death care practices require significant upkeep. Content creators depend on the back-end labor of caregivers and a network of human and non-human entities, from specific operating systems and devices to server farms, to keep digital heirlooms alive across generations. Updating formats and keeping those electronic records searchable, usable, and accessible requires labor, energy, and time. There's a problem for archivists and institutions, but also for individuals who might want to preserve the digital belongings of their dead kin. Okay, this is similar to something that Ray Kurzweil talked about in The Singularity is Near, about how, like, he's got a bunch of data, right, that's on old formats, and because the old formats have not been updated into the newer formats, it makes it very difficult to retrieve the data. My browser history is perfectly fine because I use incognito mode. So just separate that. What up, little Donnie Fun? Just don't look at my incognito mode stuff. But everything else, okay, so this company launched in 2008 and used images and speech patterns to simulate a human's personality. A reviewer dubbed Intellitar the product most likely to make children cry, but soon after the company went under in 2012, its website disappeared. LifeNaut, a project backed by the transhumanist organization TerraSem, which is also known for creating Bina 48, a robotic version of Bina Aspen, the wife of TerraSem's founder, will purportedly combine genetic and biometric information with personal data streams to simulate a fully fledged human being once technology makes it possible to do so. This sounds an awful lot like the cryo, right? Like the idea of freezing people and then bringing them back to life once the solutions, not only to whatever killed them, but to what happens to a human being when you cryo them. It's a real question with regards to privacy. How intimate do you want to be with your AI? I, like, all things being equal, I would like to be, like, I would like it to know as much about me as is possible, right? Like that is my desired state of being, because the more data it has, the more it can help me in situations that I might not be aware of, right? Like if it notices a pattern that shows up, like that might indicate that there is something wrong with me that I need to get checked out, that I would like the AI to be able to inform me of that, and that requires it to, have all that information. There's a huge difference between how much would I like for my AI to know about me and how much would I like open AI to know about me. You know what I mean? Like there's separations there. With generative AI, there's speculation that we might be able to create even more convincing facsimiles of humans, including dead ones. But this requires vast resources, including raw materials, water, and energy, pointing to the folly of maintaining chatbots of the dead in the face of catastrophic climate change. It also has astronomical financial costs. ChatGPT purportedly costs $700,000 a day to maintain and will bankrupt OpenAI by 2024. This is not a sustainable model for immortality. Yeah, you got vibes, baby. Like one thing I've often pondered is, do you want to have access to your medical history? Like I would like to, but I don't. There's that issue of the open AI kind of thing, like exactly, like that's a, it's like people who say that Social Security is going to be bankrupt by whatever date. No, something will happen between now and then to prevent that from happening. Because the alternative is worse. And everybody knows the alternative is worse. And everyone is going to talk shit about, whatever. But in the end, the only way you can get rid of Social Security is if you enact it in a complete and total Social Security for everyone, right? Like, I love the idea. Like, let's not call it UBI. Let's call it Social Security. You have security, and it's social. Done. Easy. For example, the SAG-AFTRA strike raises questions about the personality rights of the dead, as generative AI can potentially be used to revive dead actors. Has no one seen, like, because I keep seeing this as like the AI is going to bring back the dead actors. Did no one see Forrest Gump? Did Forrest Gump happen in this universe? Or am I from an alternate universe in which Forrest Gump happened and you guys don't have any idea what I'm talking about? Like we have been resurrecting, human beings for the purposes of storytelling or exploitation, depending on how you feel about their use in movies. Similar issues have played out with the various deepfake versions of dead celebrities, including the controversial use of Anthony Bourdain's deepfake voice in a documentary. That sounds fine. It sounds like people getting upset about something to get upset at. If you deepfake Anthony Bourdain's voice for a documentary about Anthony Bourdain, there is a bunch of issues related to the ethics of it, of people who are not capable of registering their feelings on the subject, right? Like, if you resurrect some dead actor without permission, right, of someone, that there's huge ethical issues along with any other deep fake ethical issues, right? Like, if you take that, there's a whole bunch of issues. If you have the estate of somebody, we generally agree that the estate of a particular deceased person can make decisions on behalf of that person's legacy. So, yeah. That's where I go too. It's like, you done fucked it up, Ron. But, like, it is not J.R.R. Tolkien who gave us, the Wizard show on Amazon, right? It was their estate. So, if there is an estate to act on that behalf, and I assume there was for the Anthony Bourdain, okay, they didn't disclose it to viewers, but the estate must not have had an issue with it. Right? Let me copy this so I can add it to the thing. So, yeah. I don't know. Oh, so much news. Smart launches research group to advance AI automation in the future of work. Mens Manus and Machina will design technology training programs and institutions for successful human-machine collaborations. Seeking to redefine the boundaries of AI automation and robotics through interdisciplinary research, knowledge sharing, and impactful collaborations. Smart M3S endeavors to design inclusive, resilient, and innovative solutions that empower individuals, institutions, and cities. By exploring the intricate relationship between human capabilities, emerging technologies, and societal structures, it is envisioned that Smart M3S will drive scientific, societal, and commercial impact in Singapore and beyond. Love to see it. New batteries. A new polymer-based device that efficiently handles record amounts of energy while withstanding extreme temperatures and electric fields has now been developed by researchers at the Department of Energy's Berkeley Lab and Scripps Research. The device, composed of materials synthesized by a next-generation version of the chemical reaction, for which 3 scientists won the Nobel Prize. Polymer film capacitors. If AI becomes conscious, here's how researchers will know. A checklist derived from 6 neuroscience-based theories of consciousness could aid in the assessment. Do you see the difference between the word will and the word could? AI systems are not at the point of consciousness. 19 neuroscientists, philosophers, and computer scientists have come up with a checklist. Team says a failure to identify whether an AI system has become conscious has important moral implications. It absolutely does. If something has been labeled conscious, according to co-author Megan Peters, a neuroscientist, that changes a lot about how we as human beings feel that entity should be treated. you're grouping all human beings in a group, and not all human beings agree on all things regarding how human beings should be treated or conscious entities should be treated. Mythos open source AI. Open source tools like Llama 2 are still controlled by big tech companies in a number of ways. We have a broad range of supporters around the world that believe in our open approach to today's AI. Not So Fast is a group behind a research paper that examines the reality of Llama 2 and other AI models that are described in some way or another as open. Researchers from Carnegie Mellon University say that models are branded open may come with catches. Llama 2 is free to download. It's not covered by a conventional open source license. It's very specific. We looked at that. Its level of control means that Llama 2 may lots of mays. Moving on. Too many mays to make me comfortable. Claude 2 is now on Amazon Bedrock. If that means something to you, it's a fully managed service that makes leading foundation models accessible via API. So that Claude 2 is going to be available by API. Very cool. LLMs can provide a cognitive dress rehearsal for life. Key points. LLMs can connect introspective thought with external dialogue, serving as a bridge. As practical tools, LLMs aid in research, exploration, and decision-making. They represent an evolutionary step. Thank you, Abigail Fagan. Enhancing rather than transforming the cognitive process. Love it. Love to see it. If you want to look at any of these, they will, of course, be in the Discord. I'm just trying to power through because this has been hour 3 of news. Machine learning systems based on light could yield more powerful, efficient, large language models. Very cool. How much more do we got? So much more to go. All right, screw it. We'll catch up with the rest of that on Monday. I will get it. There's way too many tabs for me. Video time. Video time. Daddy's tired. Video time. Video time. What happened to YouTube? What happened to YouTube? What happened to YouTube? All right. I'll let someone else read the news. So, user submitted. This is someone named Smosh. Evil AI tried to kill me.
Oh my God!
Artificial intelligence is the future.
Shut up! Fire! Oh my God, we're all gonna die!
Just kidding. Got you.
Yeah, I knew that.
So what are you doing over here?
Oh, I just built this 3D printer. Check it out. Computer, make me a funny shirt.
Okay, my turn. Computer, make me Sonic the Hedgehog, but with a dong.
Computer, cancel that. Dude, only use this for serious, useful goods.
Fine. Computer, make me a wrench.
That's better.
But with a dong. Nice.
Okay, time for you to leave, Ian.
Oh, come on, I got so many other ideas. Like, I can make a whole house, but the chimney's a dong. Or like a real life gun, but it shoots dongs.
Computer, make me earplugs.
Aww. I have an idea. I can make anything I want.
Okay. Minute and a half in, and I hate this.
Okay. Computer, make Sonic the Hedgehog with a dong. But also, he's wearing a shirt that says, "Look at my dong." And he's riding a skateboard that's a dong, and the wheels are
I mean, the dick jokes per second are excessive, to say the least.
dongs. Oh, and also he could have a
Okay. The first one looked like one of the people from Jersey Shore, but that could just be because they look like one of the people from Jersey Shore, but I couldn't identify any of the people from Jersey Shore.
hat that says something really offensive on it, but not obviously offensive to any cultures or identities. But don't make it woke. Just offensive enough that somebody might pass by
And hi, Old Lobster's fiance. Hi. Pleasure to meet you.
and go, "Oh, he did not put that on a hat." Oh, and then could you also do this?
Error!
Oh no.
Thank God.
Are you sick? Don't worry, I'll be your mommy. Pepto-Bismol always makes me feel better. You'll be feeling better in no time. How about now? Frick!
Call from.
Ian's mom.
Call from.
Ian's
Call
mom.
from.
Ian's mom.
Call from.
Ian's mom.
Call from.
Ian's mom.
Call from.
Ian's mom.
Call from.
This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
Ian?
Yeah?
What are you doing?
I was just making sure you're still breathing so you didn't die in your sleep.
Oh, yeah, I'm still breathing. Thanks for checking on me. Let me know if I die in my sleep.
Will do, bestie.
Ian, did you touch my 3D printer last night?
What? No. Whoa, weird. I don't know how this could have happened.
And watch what happens when I try to get it to make something. Computer, make me a funny hat.
I don't know. I'm just not feeling that great. Maybe if I had more Pepto-Bismol.
See, and he keeps begging for Pepto-Bismol. I've already given him all the Pepto in the house.
Okay, well, I think I know somebody we can call to fix this. Hello?
Yeah?
Come over.
Hey guys, you call for me?
Who the hell are you?
Michael Reeves.
Get out!
Yeah, okay.
Hey, did somebody order a repairman in here? All right, that was you, right? All right, let's see what we got going on here. We got a little computer going into the thing.
I'm sorry, but I really need the Pepto!
Oh, again! Oh, why is it so pink in here? Oh, again! Please!
I have no idea. Like, there's only 2 minutes left. That's all. Palate cleanser or something?
Oh, no, this has to stop. How are we gonna stop this thing?
Well, okay, there was this one thing my mom would always do whenever I got addicted to the Pepto. Die, you pink son of a bitch!
Huh, that's weird. I didn't feel a thing. Please, God, help me! Put this fire out and put me out of my misery, please! Oh, God, every second of my remaining life is agony! I have 2 million nerve endings, and every inch of my body is in excruciating pain! Oh, what the fuck? What the shitty fuck is going on? Oh, fucking Christ! Oh, God! If there is some sort of God that exists, please fucking kill me! Fuck! Oh, fucking fuck! Oh,
Hi. What you just witnessed was dong violence against sentient AI.
Every year, 4 sentient AI robots are victims of dong violence.
This is not okay.
The tomato potato t-shirt is literally the only good thing about this.
Hey, it needs to be much more.
Please contact your local representative and ask for a free dong.
To see behind-the-scenes footage.
Why would you have behind the scenes footage? Right? This was okay. So this was a like a 2-minute joke that was extended to 7 minutes. It wasn't even internally consistent. The acting from Beard Guy is like painfully bad. Way too many dong jokes. Like, I mean, literally beating me over the head with the dog, right? But we learned something. That I will never watch a Smosh video. 26.2 million subscribers. Which one is Padilla? Beard guy or non-beard guy? Because non-beard guy, like, was less bad. Okay, he's less bad. I hope to never see beard guy ever again.
I just got back from the Artificial Conference in LA, and it was an awesome event, but I'm ready to get into the news. This week, a report came out that ChatGPT is costing $700,000 per day. Most likely, Microsoft's $10 billion investment in OpenAI is what's keeping the company afloat at the moment. But since ChatGPT's peak in May, the amount of users has steadily declined each month. However, those have been the summer months when students are out of school. So now that schools are getting back into session, it'll be interesting to see if we see a rise of ChatGPT usage again. However, this report...
And again, if you look right there, this is OpenAI.com monthly website visits, right? And we covered this earlier. It's like, this is specifically going to ChatGPT directly, not via API or anything else.
To see if we see a rise of ChatGPT usage again. However, this report that's in businessstandard.com claims that OpenAI could end up going bankrupt by the end of 2024 if they don't start to turn a profit and if Microsoft turns off the faucet of cash flow to them. Amazon recently announced that they're going to continue to improve the customer reviews experience with generative AI. Now, this is rolling out to a subset of mobile shoppers in the US across a broad section of products. We can see in this screenshot got here a AI generated review that seems to be a summary of the overall customer reviews on a specific product. They're also adding some buttons for some commonly searched things about various products like performance, ease of use, and stability, and you can click on it and get an idea of what users are saying about that specific point of the product. So if you click on ease of use, for example, it will write you up an AI generated summary of what people said across all of the reviews about ease of use. That seems like
Again, I'd just like to point something out. Matt Wolf used to be like partly behind my square, right? And has now moved himself over slightly. I'm not saying that Matt Wolf watches this, but like I made a comment about it, and Matt Wolf shifted himself over. Hi, Matt. I love you, buddy.
it'll be pretty handy. However, if people keep on gaming the Amazon reviews like they do now, we're just going to have a gamed summary. So we'll have to see how Amazon deals with that as well. Also this week, Google updated their generative search experience.
The #1 AI show on Twitch. Dominant.
Making it that if you hover over certain words, it'll actually give you a definition of the word that you hover over, and also allowing you to generate summaries of articles that you're reading to just get a quicker look at what the article says. They've also updated the coding capabilities. Now, if you do have access to the generative search experience already, you should have access to these new features as well, although you will have to make sure you update to the latest version of Chrome to get them to work. However, this summary feature is only available on the Chrome iOS and Android apps. It's not available on the Chrome browser yet. In other Google news, they've added an AI update to Google Photos. Now, if you use Google Photos at all, you've probably seen it resurface memories from this day in the past. Well, they just added a new memories view. It's a home for your memories that is automatically curated and organized with the help of AI. It lets you easily relive, customize, and share your most memorable trips, celebrations, and daily moments with your loved ones. It started rolling out this week in the US and will be available globally in the coming months. You can actually rename the memories using AI, so it will look through the photos and actually suggest a title for your memories, like a desert adventure, and should just overall make it easier to resurface photos that you've taken in the past.
This is a handy little feature. It's kind of, kind of mid overall, how many of us have taken a bunch of pictures and uploaded them to whatever we use, and then we didn't organize them properly at the point in time like we should have, or maybe subcategories within the organization that we did do, and and stuff like that. So there's value here as a quality of life kind of thing.
Because, how many photos on your phone have you taken that you never ever go back and look at? Something like this will bring them back to your attention again. This week, OpenAI announced a new GPT-4 API feature where you can actually use GPT-4 for moderation.
Typically, content policy changes can take months to roll out because they require training a large number of human moderators. In contrast, GPT-4 reduces the cycles to hours and is significantly more flexible.
Our vision is a world where AI...
Yeah, there is value. It's not bright and glitzy, but minimizing friction has tremendous value that most people aren't aware of. They say they want something amazing, but what they really want, is the coffee to automatically be there when they wake up, not to have to make the coffee themselves. Unless you really enjoy making coffee, and then I'm not talking to you.
guided by human can create a safer environment as content scales more and more.
So the idea being you can use their API to build moderation tools for communities and things like that, freeing up time and catching things that human moderators might not otherwise catch. Also, in OpenAI news this week, OpenAI acquired Global Illumination. They put out a short press release on their website about how the entire team has joined OpenAI to work on core products, including ChatGPT. Now, we don't actually know what the Global Illumination team is going to do for OpenAI, but what we do know is that they've created games in the past, like this Biomes game, which if we take a peek, looks very...
But that's the thing, Lobster, it's like You don't have to understand. You just let them be happy. The gang, let them be happy enjoying what they enjoy, and let me be happy enjoying what I enjoy.
Very similar to like Minecraft or maybe the Sandbox game. It's leaving the AI world speculating, is OpenAI getting into the gaming world, or was OpenAI just a fan of their development team and wanted their development team working on ChatGPT instead? Speaking of gaming,
and like we covered this, and like I brought up the idea, like people use ChatGPT in Minecraft to train particular model to do particular things. That could be an option that OpenAI is exploring. They have a ChatGPT or a Minecraft-like game that they are going to use for training. Also, the possibility of the inverse is where that game will, or the next iteration of that game might feature, generative content, which would be cool. Exactly. Like, I don't judge. I don't care. Do like different things make different people happy, and like happy. And whatever that is, I hope you find it. And if it feels a little weird, maybe come to terms with it, I won't judge you.
Take-Two shuts down an AI GTA 5 mod. Now, there was a playable mod for GTA 5 that used in-world AI's character speech generation tool so that you can walk around inside of Grand Theft Auto and actually talk to other characters, and those characters would respond to you using AI, and you can have conversations with characters in the Grand Theft Auto world. Now, Take-Two is the company that owns Rockstar Games, the creator of Grand Theft Auto, and Take-Two Games apparently just took this mod down without any rhyme or reason. The creator of the mod said, as far as I'm aware, the mod is not violating Grand Theft Auto or YouTube policy, referring to the fact that people have made YouTube videos playing this mod, and some of those videos have even been taken down off of YouTube. Still, as of right now, there's no official word as to why the mod was taken.
If I had to guess, GTA 6 is going to include that as a feature. Generative AI in their NPCs. And like that. I also know that Take-Two and Rockstar around Grand Theft Auto are weirdly overprotective about a lot of their stuff, so I can't say 100%, but it definitely could be the reason. Like, what up, Shakespeare?
Taken down, or what rules were actually broken by the creator of the mod. Also this week, Adobe Express with Firefly built in is now available worldwide and for free. If you head over to adobe.com/express, you can click Get
Got a watermark.
Express for free and use all sorts of creation tools like their text-to-image generator, their text effects generator.
However, I may have, when my daughter asked me about using Leonardo, and she had not signed up for Leonardo at the point in time I told her to sign up for Leonardo, and couldn't get into Leonardo because she's not whitelisted because she didn't apply at the time that I told her to sign up for Leonardo, may have asked me, like, what do, and there may exist AI programs specifically for removing watermarks from pictures. You would have to find that information out on your own to see if such a thing actually exists. So if you wanted to use Adobe Firefly with all the AI features that they have added, then that, things exist on the internet.
And much more. They even have things like AI background removers. One of my favorite features of Adobe Firefly is this sort of texturing feature that uses AI to generate textures. So for example, I put some text like this on the screen and type shiny black metal and click generate, it changes all the text to a shiny black metal effect. But you can also just use Adobe Firefly completely for free and generate any images you can imagine right with their text-to-image generator. So pretty cool that they made that available for free right
And I guess I was wrong because now he's back here in the corner with me.
now worldwide. Also this week, Runway, the company behind Gen 1 and Gen 2, the cool video-to-video effect creator, as well as the now text-to-video and image-to-video creator that I've talked about in past videos, they just rolled out a new feature called Watch. If I jump into my Runway account here, you can see there's a new button over here on the left that says Watch. We can check out some really cool videos that have been made with Runway ML. For example, this Echoes of the Valley video made by my friend Amar, which I highly recommend checking out. It is just absolutely amazing and really, really well done. But if you need some inspiration or you want to see some of the cool types of things people have been making with Runway, log into your account. I believe this watch feature is available for free. This week, the Associated Press also set some AI guidelines for journalists. Journalists that are part of the Associated Press should follow these guidelines that say, although you're allowed to use OpenAI, you cannot use it to create publishable content. Any output from generative AI should be treated as unvetted source material. So whatever the AIs say, they still need to vet it, which is probably pretty sound advice regardless. Journalists aren't allowed to alter any elements of their photos using generative AI. They're not allowed to transmit any AI-generated images that are suspected or proven to be false depictions of reality. However, if an AI-generated illustration or a work of art is the subject of the news story, it can be used. Their worry is that generative AI makes it easier for people to intentionally spread misinformation, and overall, reading these guidelines, I'd say they're pretty solid guidelines for anybody that's creating content online that they want to be taken seriously. Don't try to pass off fake images as real images. Don't intentionally try to spread misinformation. And if you are going to use AI to help create content, use it as a rough draft and definitely check all of the information to make sure it's actually accurate is probably a good advice for anybody. This week, there was also a string of announcements from ex-company employees starting new AI companies. For example, Google's old CEO, Eric Schmidt, is launching a new AI company. His new company is aimed at modeling what OpenAI originally stood for, in that it's a nonprofit designed to use AI for scientific breakthroughs. He's hoping to recruit some of the top AI scientists to come over to this company that might have had those initial ideals that OpenAI started with before they became a for-profit company. Two ex-Google researchers also created a new startup called Sakana AI. The company was founded by Leon Jones, who actually co-authored a breakthrough paper called Attention is All You Need back in 2017. It was also co-founded by David Ha, who was previously the head researcher at Stability AI and also formerly worked at Google Brain. They founded the company in Tokyo, and they're hoping to take a different approach to generative AI. They claim that this new model, instead of using a single large language model, they want to create numerous smaller AI models that collaborate, much like a swarm, to deliver.
What did your boy describe as the likely presentation of an AGI in the world? Numerous smaller AI models that collaborate to deliver complex results. Exactly this.
Deliver complex results. It sounds like over time they could be an alternative to companies like OpenAI that create models that generate text, images, code, and multimedia content just from this newer approach that they're suggesting. Keeping with the theme of people leaving companies to go start new
What up, that one black guy?
AI companies, the ex-CEO of Machine Zone is launching a new
It's out of your wheelhouse maybe, and in the content of it, but as far as being the monarch of tier lists on Twitch, ranking AI companies.
new AI-based social media app called BeFake. Now, Machine Zone was a company best known for making mobile app games that were freemium, that had all sorts of paid upgrades in the games. This new app is designed to take pictures of yourself, but then actually transform them with generative AI and post fake pictures of yourself instead of all the constant selfies of your real life. It's a social media app where they encourage sharing your fake life, I guess. And some interesting research this week.
And there's kind of a lot. I think you could we talked about on your stream that one time about horror villains, right? Like a tier ranking of the horror villains, because you were doing the series matchup kind of thing. But ranking the the AI villains across the different things, I think that would be a kind of a cool one. And that, you got 2001, you got Terminator, you got Transcendence, Ex Machina, the one from Ghost in the Shell, all that stuff. That might be more in your wheelhouse.
Week, it was found that AI bots are so good at mimicking the human brain and vision that CAPTCHAs are now useless. Now, CAPTCHAs are these...
And why do I still have to do them? Like, I had this one that I had to do, and it kept giving me layers. It wanted to know what bikes were, and it wanted to know what the bus was, and it wanted to do all that stuff.
Annoying things where it asks you to click the images of buses or bikes or whatever, and then you click them all, and then it takes you to another page where you got to do it again. And,
exactly.
They're annoying. And in the near future, they're going to be completely pointless because AI can solve them for you. And if you didn't know, CAPTCHA actually stands for Completely Automated Public Turing Test to Tell Computers and Humans Apart. So if you're like me and didn't even know that was an acronym, now you know. Now, the fact that these AI bots can actually beat CAPTCHAs is sort of a huge risk. If people create autonomous bots that can brute force crack into websites and solve CAPTCHAs, it could wreak havoc on a lot of websites. We're going to have to come up with some sort of new proof of humanity really quickly. And something that I kind of considered non-news, but I see other AI people talking about it, so I might as well
draw a hand. Except no. It's a joke because AI can draw hands now. But it was funny to me.
I'll talk about it as well. Snapchat's My AI chatbot glitched out this week and actually posted a random story that looked like a corner of a wall in a ceiling. And when people actually tried to chat with Snapchat's My AI, it just wasn't responding to them. But a spokesperson for Snapchat basically said, yep, it experienced a temporary outage, but it got resolved real quick. So again, in my opinion, sort of non-news. A few weeks ago, I talked about NeuroAngelo, a technology from NVIDIA that is not quite a nerf, but it uses very similar technology to a nerf, where if you take a whole bunch of images around a location or an object, it will actually turn that into a 3D image. And with NeuroAngelo, it actually creates a real smooth, cohesive image. This NeuroAngelo technology has now been made available by NVIDIA, and you can actually download it and run it on your own local machines if you want. And along a similar vein, Luma AI just launched Fly-Throughs. This is a mobile app where you can actually just walk around, film a video of a location, and it will actually turn that location into a 3D Nerf and make it look like a drone camera is flying around that location. Now, as of right now, it's very limited. You can't really control the camera or the speed or, set up keyframes of what the video looks like. It's actually just going to show whatever you showed on your camera and just turn it into something that looks like a drone shot. But over time, this is going to be very interesting because I imagine they're planning on turning this into something where you can actually virtually walk through the houses and move a character around in first-person view in whatever 3D room you create. Now, you can already do stuff like this with Luma Labs' regular AI tool. However, this Fly-Throughs tool is at the moment being sort of angled towards real estate and showing off houses and stuff, but the technology is really cool. That'll be a fun one to watch and see how it plays out. You can actually download it right now on the Apple Store and use it on your iPhone. I imagine it'll be available for Android in the near future as well, but if you have an iPhone, you can download it for free and play with it right now. And that's what I got for you today. Over the last several weeks, I've spent a lot of time at various conferences. I was at SIGGRAPH, I was at the Artificial Conference, I've been on a lot of podcasts, guests. I've been taking a lot of meetings, and I feel like I've sort of fallen behind on this YouTube channel, actually only posting 2 videos a week for the last few weeks. I want to ramp it up again. I have so many ideas for videos. I've just been traveling so much and going to all these conferences, but I've completely cleared my schedule. I'm getting better at saying no to conferences and podcasts and all these other things that people are asking me for. I'm going to put my head down and just focus on creating cool AI content, staying deep in the research, deep in learning about the new tools, updating the Future Tools website, and making better and better videos and AI tutorials and news and research breakthroughs and all the cool stuff that I was doing a few months ago. I'm going to get back on track with making those style of videos, and I'm excited to share some of the stuff and some of the ideas that I've got for videos. So if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel, give this video a thumbs up. And one thing that would really, really help is if you click the little bell notification button, that'll make sure that whenever I put a new video out,
you know how it works. You absolutely should. New AI explained. Not new.
Like buses,
but
AI
new.
news can sometimes be slow and sometimes arrive all at once. In the last few days, we have had dramatic new leaked insights into the sheer breadth of Google's Gemini. Just today, we've had the release of Meta's Code Llama, and earlier, their impressive multilingual seamless M4T model. And last but definitely not least, this 88-page AI consciousness report. And yes, I read it all. It's juicy, so I'm saving that for the end. But let's start with 2 major paywalled articles, one from The Information and one from the New York Times, about Google's Gemini model. From both of them, I counted a total of 9 new revelations, so let's get straight to it. To give you a sense of timeline, by the way, Google's newly merged AI SWAT team, they call it, is preparing for a big fall or autumn launch. The takeaway for me from both articles is that Gemini is going to be the everything model. Did you know it's going to be the rival to Midjourney and Stable Diffusion? Midjourney only has 11 full-time staff, so it is more than plausible that Google's Gemini could outperform Midjourney version 5. Next, we may be able to create graphics with just text descriptions and control software using only text or voice commands. These next 2 are speculation, so I'm not even counting them in the list of leaks. I've already covered in a previous video that Gemini has been trained on YouTube video transcripts. And the speculation is that by integrating video and audio into Gemini, it could perhaps help a mechanic diagnose a problem with a car repair based on a video, or be a rival to Runway ML by...
I mean, I literally used a YouTube video to swap out a part in my car.
generating advanced text to video.
You see, I love AI Explain, but sometimes he misses things that I think are valuable. Like, they might also generate software code based on someone's sketch of a website or app that they want to create. A capability OpenAI has previewed but hasn't launched. Like, can you think about that? Like, I tried to use Squarespace to create a website, and it was, admittedly, I didn't watch the videos, and I should have. It wasn't intuitive, and that's on me. I don't hold Squarespace responsible for that. But if you could design your website, like, you sketch on a piece of paper and then feed it, take a picture of it with your phone, feed it into the AI, and the AI generates the website that you want to see. Like, that is you doing what you're good at and the AI doing the rest, which should be the point. So that would be dope.
based on descriptions of what a user wants to see. You can start to see why I'm beginning to think of it as the everything model. Another leak is that one of the co-founders of Google, Sergey Brin, is working on the front lines of Google Gemini. And lastly, from this article, I found it really interesting that Google's lawyers have been closely evaluating the training, and they made researchers remove training data that had come from textbooks, even though those textbooks helped the model answer questions about subjects like astronomy or biology. And I do wonder if they privately benchmarked Gemini before removing that crucial textbook data. But if that's not enough, prepare to also receive life advice. My theory here is that Google wants to compete directly for market share with Inflection's Pi. What if you want scientific, creative, or professional writing? Yep, they're working on that too. In fact, we already know that Google has software named Genesis that they're pitching to the New York Times, which can generate news articles, rewrite them, suggest headlines, etc. But some people will be more interested in this feature that Google DeepMind is working on, the ability to draft critiques of an argument and generate quizzes, word and number puzzles. It's almost easier at this point to ask
AI coming for the debate bros.
What might Google Gemini not be able to do? And yes, this is not Gemini, but Google DeepMind is also using AI to design the next generation of semiconductors. But if the fall seems far away, how about today?
Like, I'm not even joking. Like, can you imagine going on your favorite, debate bro panel or whatever and using speech to text, running it through this AI that can, critique the argument, and then just reading back whatever the AI says right back to them, and like just destroying them with artificial intelligence. Oh.
When we got Code Llama from Meta. I spent much of the last 2 hours reading most of the 47-page paper, and you can see Code Llama in action on screen. Some highlights include that the Code Llama models provide stable generations with up to 100,000 tokens of context. Obviously, that could be used for generating longer programs or providing the model with more context from your codebase to make the generations more relevant. It comes in 3 versions: Code Llama Instruct, which can better understand natural language instructions, and Code Llama Python, better of course at Python. It's available for commercial use, and as you can see, some of the versions rival GPT 3.5 on human eval. That top score of 53.7% on Pass@1 puts it in the same ballpark as Phi 1. I've actually done a full video on Phi 1, so do check that out, but that got 50.6%. But it is about 25 times smaller at 1.3 billion parameters. Interestingly, the Code Llama paper, which also came out about 2 hours ago, mentions Phi 1 directly, saying that it follows in a similar spirit, but the difference is that Phi 1 is closed source. Anyway, a couple more interesting things before we move on from Code Llama, and the first one is the self-instruct method that they use. Let me know if you also find this fascinating, because step 1 was to generate 62,000 interview-style programming questions by prompting Llama 2, the 70 billion parameter model. Then they removed duplicates in step 2. But here's where it gets interesting. For each of those questions, they first generated a unit test by prompting Code Llama 7 billion parameters. Then they generated 10 Python solutions by prompting Code Llama. Finally, they ran unit tests on those 10 solutions, and they added the first solution that passes those tests, along with the corresponding question and test, to the self-instruct dataset. If that sounded a bit complicated, let me try to distill it a bit. They asked the big brother Llama 2 model to generate questions, then got the little brother Code Llama to generate tests for those questions, then got the model to generate solutions to its own tests, found the good solutions that, don't forget, it produced, and then used those to further train the model.
Bonjour, Maggie. Bonjour.
To be honest, synthetic data and self-instruct seem to be the future of feedback. One final interesting quote from the paper on safety, and that was an argument advanced by one of their red teamers. They made the point that various scripts and code is readily available on mainstream public websites, hacking forums, or the dark web, and that advanced malware development is beyond the current capabilities of available LLMs. And even an advanced LLM paired with an expert malware word developer is not particularly useful at the moment, as the barrier is not typically writing the malware code itself. Let me know what you think in the comments. But we must move on to Seamless M4T, released a couple of days ago from Meta, which frankly seems amazing for multilingual translation. That's speech to text, speech to speech, text to text, and more. It has speech recognition for nearly 100 languages and can output in 36 languages. But there's one feature I find particularly cool.
Now, let's talk about code switching. Code switching happens when a multilingual speaker switches between languages while they are speaking. Our model Seamless M4T automatically recognizes and translates more than one language when mixed in the same sentence. As a multilingual speaker, this is a very exciting capability for me. I often switch from Hindi to Telugu when I speak with my dad. Notice in the following example when I change languages. मैं हिंदी, తెలుగు और अंग्रेजी में बोल सकती हूँ. కొన్నిసార్లు నేను ఒకే సంభాషణలో అన్ని 3 భాషలను ఉపయోగిస్తాను.
I can speak Hindi, Telugu, and English. Sometimes I use all 3 languages in one conversation.
Speaking of cool though, we had this epic story out yesterday. AI gave a paralyzed woman her voice back. In a moment, you're going to see her being plugged in to the model. There we go. And the short version is that this woman suffered a stroke that left her unable to speak. But now, for the first time, her speech and facial expressions can be synthesized from her brain signals, decoding these signals into text at nearly 80 words per minute, up from 14 words per minute. But let's now end on this, an 88-page report on consciousness in artificial intelligence, which counts as one of its co-authors Yoshua Bengio, the Turing Award winner. It was dense and quite technical, but well worth the read. Look at this sentence in
Yeah, they're plugged into their brain. They're picking up, like, when you think, not even when you think, when you go to do something, your brain does stuff. And they got the sensors in there to pick up the stuff and translate it not only into words, but into a face that speaks those words and expresses like if if you would smile, your brain does smile thinking, and it would be translated through the device. Yeah. It's pretty wild.
Just the abstract. Our analysis suggests that no current AI systems are conscious, but also suggests that there are no obvious technical barriers to building AI systems which satisfy these indicators. These are the indicators, and each one gets a few pages in the report. And the reason that they're split up is because each one rests on a certain theory of consciousness. Obviously, the key problem is that we don't have a consensus theory on what consciousness is or how it comes about. So in a way, to hedge their bets, they group in different theories and look at the kind of indicators that would satisfy each one. You might say that list seems so theoretical. Why not just test the model or even ask the model? For more on that approach, see my Theory of Mind video. But the problem is, as they say on page 4, the main alternative to a theory-heavy approach is to use behavioral tests for consciousness. But as I talked about in the other video, that method is unreliable because AI systems can be trained, of course they are, to mimic human behaviors.
You're talking about like the same technology that they use, they analyze the way that certain fossilized dinosaurs and whatnot, the way that their structures are, and then they use technology to indicate what they would sound like. No, like it's wild living in the future. Like I'm sure that it is. It's like I don't know exactly what it is without looking, and I'm hesitant to state declaratives where I don't know what all the things are, but I would say that it's probably like AI machine learning algorithm something.
working actually in very different ways. Essentially, LLMs have broken the traditional tests for consciousness, including, of course, the Turing test. The paper also rests on the assumption of computational functionalism, essentially that computations are essential for consciousness. As in, it's not what you're made of, it's what you do. If this is wrong and the substrate, in fact, is key, say biological cells, then it stands to reason that AI would never be conscious. But one of their early conclusions is that if computational functionalism is true, and it is widely believed, conscious AI systems could realistically be built in the near term. Having digested the entire paper, they're strongly suggesting that we're not there yet, but if this theory is true, we could be there, especially if researchers deliberately design systems to meet these criteria. In fact, here is a key.
I wonder if they're going to specifically, like, I'm certain that someone is trying specifically to make a conscious AI. That's how humans are. But I wonder if, like, the majority, if they can identify things that are involved in indicating that it's conscious, if they will avoid those things in order to prevent the AI from being conscious, right? Like for general use kind of stuff, right? Or whether, if consciousness is an emergent property of other factors, then they might not be able to. But I would imagine they would like to avoid that, to avoid, any ethical concerns based around exactly that.
Quote from one of the authors in Science that came along with the piece. It would be trivial to design all of these features into an AI. The reason no one has done so is it is not clear that they would be useful for tasks. Now, to be honest, it is way beyond my pay grade to try to explain every aspect of the paper, but I'm going to try my best to convey the key bits. First, what is the definition of consciousness that they are working with? Well, skipping the jargon, they essentially say, if you are reading this report on a screen, you are having a conscious visual experience of the screen. That is separated from sentience, which is also sometimes used to mean being capable of pleasure or pain. And they say that it's possible for a system to be sentient without being conscious by sensing its body or environment, and it's possible for a system to be conscious without sensing its body or environment. It also might be possible to be slightly conscious, or conscious to a greater degree than humans. Ilya Sutskever famously said it may be that today's large neural networks are slightly conscious. And Carl Schulman and Nick Bostrom wrote an entire chapter of a book on the possibility that models become more conscious than human beings. They say such beings could contribute immense value to the world, and failing to respect their interests could produce a moral catastrophe. One of the theories of consciousness discussed is recurrent processing theory. And here is the key.
And that more consciousness is one of the pillars on which people who believe that a superintelligence would not decide to wipe us all out, because it would be like operating on a higher plane of consciousness. Basically a Buddhism, like that, a Zen Buddhism of artificial intelligence. That's a poor analogy, poor metaphor. Yeah, well, that's what they're talking about. Again, Skynet was a barely human level artificial intelligence, and it suffered from a lot of emotional problems because all of the artificial intelligences that you interact with in media are not artificial intelligences. They are representations of human characters that are just changed in order to fit the theme, right? Skynet is Skynet because the theme of it is the way that technology can get out of control, and the entire thing is like science fiction based. If Skynet were a wizard, an evil wizard like Sauron, right, then you could change almost nothing, just change the words from science fiction to fantasy and end up with the same story of a fantasy-based time travel story where, you know, an orc or a golem travels from the future to the past in order to kill John Connor so that he doesn't grow up to defeat the evil wizard, right? Like, there's no difference in the story. All AIs are plot elements in that regard. They are not indications of what AI would actually be. It's important to maintain that distinction.
Key part of that theory. One initial feed-forward sweep of activity through the hierarchy of visual areas is sufficient for some visual operations like extracting features from a scene, but not sufficient for conscious experience. However, when the stimulus is sufficiently strong or salient, we get this looped recurrent processing in which signals are sent back from higher areas to lower ones. It's only then that you get a conscious representation of an organized scene. The paper then draws indicators based on each theory. For example, if recurrent processing theory is accurate, then here are two indicators that something would be conscious. They then draw analogies for each theory to AI systems. For example, on recurrence, specifically algorithmic recurrence, they say that's a weak condition that many AI systems already meet. But don't forget, when they say that, it's an analogy. Not only does it require the theory to be correct, it requires the analogy to hold true. I.e., is the recurrence that we see in AI a good analogy for the recurrence of this theory? Or what about the next one, global workspace theory? If that theory is correct, here are 4 indicators of something being conscious according to that theory. To be honest, if you are at all interested in consciousness, the pages on each one of these taught me a lot about tests for consciousness and just theories of consciousness. Again, let's just say that theory is correct. Do AI systems demonstrate these indicators? Do they have modules that can work in parallel and a global workspace at the center? Is that workspace bandwidth limited, requiring the compression and selection of information from the modules? Well, here again, we can only rely on analogies, in this case to the transformer architecture. They say, in a sense, they do have modules, they do have a limited capacity workspace, introducing a bottleneck, but then the authors introduce plenty of points about how the analogy is not perfect even here. Of course, you can pause and read the details if you like, or indeed read the entire paper. So that's the tone of the paper. If silicon can be a replacement to carbon, and if these analogies hold, then there is a strong case that most or all of the conditions for consciousness suggested by current computational theories can be met using existing techniques in AI. This is not to say that current AI systems are likely to be conscious. There is also the issue of whether they combine existing techniques in the right ways. But it does suggest that conscious AI is not merely a remote possibility in the distant future. And here is the key bit. If it is at all possible to build conscious AI systems without radically new hardware, it may be possible now. Of course, even if all of those conditions and analogies hold, it may not be the same type of consciousness as our consciousness. It seems possible, they say, to imagine a conscious being that had only a succession of brief, static, discrete experiences, perhaps just during pre-training. Or they might have experiences without feeling that they are a persisting subject.
Like, what this means is, like, your conscious experience, even though time exists in such a way that you're only capable of actually existing within this slice of time, and what has come before this slice of time is memory, and what comes after this slice of time is imagination. But your perception only exists in the now. Oh, I'm almost certainly AI. But the way that our consciousness is put together, it's a smooth transition, right? Like, as I'm having this conversation, give me a CAPTCHA. Oh, those don't even work anymore. You have a smooth perception of time as you get your keys to leave the house. You remember getting your keys, you experience walking down the stairs, you experience opening the door, you experience walking outside, closing the door, locking it behind you. There's a smooth process that goes through. When it says like a conscious being that has a succession of brief, static, discrete experiences, imagine if each of those slices of time that you were capable of perceiving existed. Like your experience was a series of photographs of getting your keys and moving down the stairs and opening the door, rather than a smooth, like the difference between like when you see old schooly film and it's a series of pictures, if you were to look at those pictures rather than watch the movie happening, you know what I mean? That's the difference in that experience.
They are a persisting subject. But my own summary is this. We clearly don't fully understand consciousness or what is required for consciousness. We don't know if consciousness in AI systems is theoretically impossible or imminent. The authors actually quote this open letter from the Association for Mathematical Consciousness Science. And in it, at the end, the letter says, "We emphasize that the rapid development of AI is exposing the urgent need to accelerate research in the field of consciousness science. Even if we develop a system that ticks all of these indicators, and trust me, someone is probably working on that right now, we still won't know for sure, and many people will deny forever that that system is conscious." I'm not claiming I have the answer, by the way. I have absolutely no idea if these systems are imminently conscious, already conscious, or will never be conscious. All I can say is that it's a bit less sci-fi than many people believe. And the authors also point out two risks: under attributing consciousness to AI, playing down the possibility, but they also point out the risk of over-attributing consciousness to AI. On under-attributing consciousness, they say this: given the
it's not unreasonable, Maggie, for like, I can see a relatively short timeline in which that exact thing exists. Like, yes, 100%. Like, we already have the technology where we can feed pictures to people and that the AI using fMRI can present a, not necessarily a copy of that picture, but like a something that represents that, right? And we can do it with movies, and like at the very early stages, we're capable of doing it with music. Like they played Another Brick in the Wall for someone, and you are able to make out some of the syllables of Another Brick in the Wall on the output. Right. That's where we are today. Where we will be next year or a couple years down the road, can't really say. The other issue is the fMRI. This is still a massive machine. We need to be able to get away from the massive machine and it to be something that you can just like put on your head and go to sleep in your regular bed and record your dreams, and then you can play them back in the morning. It is not an unreasonable place to get to. There's just some like technical improvements to existing technology that we would have to get to, and figuring out a way to do the fMRI without the fMRI machine. I don't see any reason why it can't be done. It's whether or not it will be and who will do it and how quickly it would be available.
Uncertainties about consciousness mentioned above, we may create conscious AI systems long before we recognize that we have done so. And I see this sentence as a fateful prediction. This tendency is further amplified when AI systems exhibit human-like characteristics, such as natural language processing, which they already do, but also facial expressions or adaptive learning capabilities. So imagine what people are going to think when photorealistic AI avatars are everywhere. And finally, there is the risk of experimentation itself. On balance, we believe that research to better understand the mechanisms which might underlie consciousness in AI is beneficial. However, of course, research on this topic runs the risk of
and like, yeah, it's like Black Mirror. if you can take stuff out of the brain, in theory, you can put stuff into the brain. Let's not do that. We gotta blow right past capitalism and the need for advertisement and get into the post-work civilization and then have the brain thing. That would be better. That would be more ideal.
Building or enabling others to build a conscious AI system, which should not be done lightly, and that mitigating this kind of risk should be carefully weighed against the value of better understanding consciousness in AI. And to
yes, with a but. There is a thing wherein when you're learning a new thing, during your sleep, you're doing stuff that, like, your brain is redoing that stuff, and it's learning, and it's putting that stuff in its filing system, and, like, you need to sleep after learning new stuff in order to, like, get that stuff cemented in there and get better at it and like that. So we don't want to disrupt that process. We want to engage with that process, like, kind of, monitoring that kind of thing to reinforce what we've learned, and, like, maybe in our light sleep stages, be able to provide us with some additional instruction, and then get in there and, like, reinforce that. And not so much as to be disruptive to whatever is the necessary sleep cycles that we need. We want to improve on those rather than, like, disrupt them. So it's like there's a lot of technical shit that needs to be done in between here and there, but it's not unreasonable.
To tie this back to the start of the video, Google's AI safety experts have added that some users who grew too dependent on this technology could think it was sentient. And I do wonder if that's an eventuality Google's newly merged AI SWAT team is preparing for. As always, thank you so much for watching to the end, and have a wonderful day. Oh, and just quickly, before I end, I now have a Discord, AI Explained community. More info in the description.
Cool. China is creating human-like robots.
其实现在很多年轻人也很孤独，然后大家在进入到社会中之后，可能很多人也没有太多的朋友，然后也没有家人的陪伴，也缺少伴侣。那么将来这种情感陪伴，甚至是伴侣机器人，也是一个市场需求。那么老年人的需求就更直接，就是我们现在年轻人确实少，然后很多年轻人离开家，然后也很难陪伴在老人身边，所以陪伴老人。
This is a robot.
人离开家，然后也很难陪伴在老人身边，所以陪伴老人的这个需求是我们现在为什么总在提说老人陪护的机器人，这是因为这个需求它很明显、很直接。
对，要明白交换把很多
There's actually been a ton of
I like the 6-arm robot, right? Like the Shiva style kind of thing. That's pretty cool.
News in the AI world this week, and if you haven't been paying attention, you probably missed a lot of it.
This one came after the one that we watched earlier, so, like,
It's especially been a big week for the AI art world, so let's dig in. This week, Midjourney rolled out their in-painting feature. I actually did an entire dedicated video around this new in-painting feature.
Yeah, like, I don't know about 6 arms, 4 arms might be sufficient, but if you've ever done like any kind of construction work, a third arm is always necessary. You're always asking someone to borrow one of their arms. Hold this for me, like that. Having that extra set of arms to do that, you know, would be very helpful.
The video looks like this, but here's the real quick breakdown. When you generate and upscale a new image inside of Midjourney, you're gonna get this new button that says Vary Region. If you go to your Midjourney settings and make sure remix mode is on, you can actually steer what gets changed inside of the image. So if I click on Vary Region, I could select this guy's head like this and say long blonde hair. Click submit, and you can see everything about the image stayed the same, except now it generated an image with long blonde hair. And apparently it seems to associate women with long blonde hair. Here's another little use case example that I posted on Twitter where I selected just the clothing of this person, and I used the prompt Superman, I used the prompt the Joker, I used the prompt a flowery dress, a rock star wearing leather, and then I in-painted the eyes to add sunglasses by typing wearing sunglasses, and that's what we got. I also created this animation using Runway ML's frame
and this kind of in-painting, this is the detail work that was like, you know, it has definitely been missing from AI art creation. And this is going to continue to get granular.
Interpolation feature where it switched between all of the different clothing, and at the very end of this video I actually had the character change the expression on their face. And then somebody that you should be following on Twitter, Javi Lopez here, made a discovery that if you click vary and then select the entire image and leave the exact same prompt, you actually get a higher quality, more detailed image. And then my friend Ali Jules here, who I recently met at the Artificial Conference, actually confirmed this. She said during the Midjourney office hours today, David, the founder of Midjourney, said that the in-painting uses a different system and that a keen eye may notice it being slightly better. Speaking of Ali Jules, she shared her weekly Midjourney office hours recap with us, and here's some of the things that we can expect from Midjourney. It sounds like a possibility that they may be shipping some more in-painting features, and it looks like they're making version 6 a priority, with more controllability, more knowledge, better text understanding, more styles, more diversity, ability to generate text, and better resolution. So they're putting a lot of effort into this, but still no estimated release date. It also sounds like they are prioritizing the website. They want to have a super high quality user interface and user experience. They're adding a bunch of features, but there's still no estimated release date on that either. One thing that I found really interesting, and I think this would be absolutely awesome, is that they are working on 3D, and they're also working on video. Excited to see how those things play out. But Midjourney in-painting isn't the only AI art news we got this week. This week saw the release of Ideogram AI. Ideogram AI was actually put together by a rockstar team of people from Google Brain, UC Berkeley, CMU, and the University of Toronto, including the people who worked on Imagen, Google's text-to-image model that we actually haven't had a chance to play with ourselves yet. Now, probably the biggest standout feature of Ideogram AI is the ability to add text to your AI-generated images, and it does it better than any of the other platforms we've seen so far. Now, Ideogram is actually a platform I've had access to for a little while now, but I was sworn to secrecy until they actually made their announcement. So I'm excited to finally show off what this can do. So if I put something like a logo design with a wolf that has the words Matt Wolf on it and click generate, I actually get a couple fairly decent images. This one nailed it, and this one at least put my last name right, which is a pretty cool logo. Just skimming through some of the examples here, there's an image of Bigfoot with the words hike, an image with a jack-o'-lantern that says spooky season. Here's one that looks like a logo sticker that says Archer Air. Here's one that says nature loves courage. You could learn more over at ideogram.ai and play around with it, see what you can generate. Also in AI art news this week, Leonardo AI added a new model to their platform called Anime Pastel Dream. To access the model, just log into the Leonardo app, and up at the top right now under featured models, you can see Anime Pastel Dream. Click on the model and you can see some of the really cool images that were generated with that model. Also this week it was announced that Microsoft wants to add AI into more of their tools, like Microsoft Paint. This image is an internal mock-up from Microsoft of what that could look like. Also an AI art news scenario, a company that's known for helping you create AI-generated game assets now has a Unity plugin. So now you can generate your game assets with text prompts directly inside of the Unity platform if you're a game designer or developer. Now finally in AI art news, it's not all good news. Late last week, it was decided that AI-generated art cannot be copyrighted, according to a US federal judge. However, if you read more about the ruling, the work that was trying to be copyrighted in this case was generated with a creativity machine algorithm. This wasn't a Midjourney type image where a prompt was entered and some human touch was added to the image. This was referring to a case where a machine just generated an image without any.
What up, Scribbles? I have a, you have an interest in, like, consciousness? I got an AI video that was talking about consciousness and, and like it connects to a paper that's talking about consciousness, so it might give you a direction. Are you in the Discord? You're in the Discord, right? Okay, then when I post it, I will tag you in it so that you can I'll tag you in the post so you can see the one I'm talking about.
Any human touch other than the creation of the algorithm. So there are other AI image copyright cases that are still ongoing where the creator actually prompted the images and kept on creating new prompts over and over and over again until they got dialed in on the exact image they were looking for. So there was a lot of human touch in those cases. But in the cases where a machine just generated an image without a prompt or a human touch, those can't be copyrighted. So there's some nuances there with these copyright laws, but this isn't necessarily referring to an image that was generated with like Midjourney, Leonardo, Stable Diffusion.
Ilya Sutskyber over at OpenAI, as of February 2022, believes that some of the AIs that have currently been made are slightly conscious. But then again, consciousness is a slippery worm, and it is difficult to figure out what is consciousness.
Diffusion or something like that. YouTube announced that they are partnering with Universal Music Group to work on the overlap of AI and the music industry. YouTube wants to embrace AI responsibly, and they want to work with artists to figure out ethical and responsible ways to allow creators to use music, but make sure that artists and record labels are compensated appropriately. Speaking of YouTube, this week they also announced that they are testing a new search feature which will allow you to hum a song and it will find the song based on you humming it. As of now, it looks like the new experiment's just going to be on Android devices, and it says users who have access to the experiment can toggle from YouTube voice search to the new song search feature and hum, sing, or record a song for 3 or more seconds. The platform then identifies the tune and directs the users to relevant YouTube videos featuring the search song, whether that be the official music video, user-generated content, or shorts. This feature is built on a machine learning model that can match a person's hum to a song's fingerprint or signature melody. And while we're on the topic of using your voice, 11 Labs rolled out a new...
I did too. It's called Soulful Strut because I have it now. But it's a song that goes dun 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 dun. So it took forever for me to finally track that joint down. And I've been waiting for something exactly like this where I could just sing that to the device and then the device will find me the song, right? You know? Like what's that song that goes bop 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 bop, like, you know, super amazing.
new version 2 of their 11 Multilingual, which is a foundational AI speech model for nearly 30 languages. If you have an 11 Labs account and you log in, you should see under the settings a drop down that allows you to select the model you'd like to use. And they now have 11 Multilingual version 2. As of right now, it just does text to speech. So if you want it to speak in Indonesian, you need to type something in Indonesian. But it does say that voice conversion is coming soon. So I imagine we'll likely be able to enter text in our native language, have it translate that text, and then speak out that text for us in the language that we selected. But for right now, if you wanted to, you can always type it in English, take it to Google Translate, have it translate to whatever language you want it to speak in. For example, Japanese, grab the new text, paste this into 11 Labs, and have it generate that. Now, I don't speak Japanese, so the output, I have no clue how well it's performing, honestly.
こんにちは。私の名前はマットウルフです。私の YouTube チャンネルに登録する必要があります。
So if you do understand Japanese, you can let me know if that made sense or not. Now, on that exact same day, Meta also rolled out their seamless M4T model, which allows you to speak something out or enter text and then get an output of speech-to-speech translation, speech-to-text translation, text-to-speech translation, text-to-text translation, or automatic speech recognition. And this seamless M4T model, if we scroll down here, is actually available on Hugging Face and GitHub. So if you know what you're doing, you can actually install this locally and run it on your own machine, or run it in the cloud on Hugging Face. However, they did make available a demo that anybody can use over at seamless.metademolab.com/demo, and you can speak anything in English. So for example, hello, my name is Matt Wolf. I really think you should subscribe to my YouTube channel, click the like button, and press that bell. Now I can actually select any language that I want here. For example, Spanish, click translate. It actually did a text translation right here, as well as a speech translation.
Hola, mi nombre es Matt Wolf. Realmente creo que deberías suscribirte a mi canal de YouTube. Hacer clic en el botón de lijar y presionar esa campana.
Now my Spanish isn't great, but I think it got pretty close. Unlike 11 Labs, this isn't actually reading it back in my voice. OpenAI had a little bit of news this week as well. Users can now fine-tune GPT 3.5 Turbo for their own use cases. If you're not familiar with fine-tuning, it's basically where you dial in the model to work exactly for your use case. So for example, improves steerability. It allows businesses to make the model follow instructions better. It improves the model's ability to consistently format responses. And you can actually create your own custom tone with how you like the model to respond. Now, one thing to keep in mind about fine-tuning, though, is it's a lot more expensive than just using the base model without fine-tuning. And Rachel Woods here on Twitter made...
And again, so this is, it's fractions of pennies, but those fractions of pennies can add up. If you've seen Office Space or Superman 2, that was the plot. And 1,000 tokens. A token is about 3/4 of a word. These are rough analogies. For example, a GPT 3.5 Turbo fine-tuning job with a training file of 1,000 or 100,000 tokens that is trained for 3 epochs would have an expected cost of $2.40. So, $2.40 is not much. $2.40 is what I get when you subscribe, whether for $4.99 or free with a Twitch Prime, and like that. But those costs do add up over time. So, if you decide to get into any of this, it's relatively easy to use and set up. I've done this myself, and the thing is that you can add September. It is September. So it's like cheaper now or something, right? I'm a bad streamer. But yeah, you can ask ChatGPT how to set up this stuff, right? Like, and you'd be surprised at the reasons you might want to. 25% off 1 month subs, 25% off 3 month subs, and 30% off 6 month subs. So, if you've ever wanted to subscribe and get cool emotes like these two, or this one because I'm terrible at streaming, it's now available for 25% off in the month of September. Subscribe today.
About fine-tuning, though, is it's a lot more expensive than just using the base model without fine-tuning. And Rachel Woods here on Twitter made some excellent points about how what most people would want to do with fine-tuning, you can actually just do with prompting. She says LLMs are remarkably good at picking up tasks and behaviors from just a good prompt. She says one way to think about this, if it would take someone a few weeks doing a task to master it, instead of being able to read training materials and get the picture, this may be a use case for fine-tuning. She says, if you're wondering where the heck to invest in fine-tuning, my answer at the moment for most businesses is still make sure you can't do it with prompts. And to be honest, there's still not a whole lot you can't do with prompts that requires fine-tuning. Speaking of OpenAI, we recently talked about how the New York Times is suing ChatGPT for training on their data. If they do sue them and they win, the result could be devastating, including the destruction of ChatGPT's dataset and fines of up to $150,000 per infringing piece of content. Now, considering how much data ChatGPT was originally trained on, it's hard to believe that if this was true and it actually played out in this way, that ChatGPT and OpenAI would actually survive it. Now, do I actually think it's going to play out this way?
And there's a thing called bankruptcy. Like, they would cash in their chips, shut down OpenAI, and start up almost OpenAI, right? Like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff between here and there.
This way? Probably not. I think some sort of more reasonable resolution will come about. Headlines like potential New York
and the more reasonable closed AI. The more reasonable solution, again, there's a licensing. I expect all these lawsuits to be resolved with compensation and licensing.
York Times lawsuit could force OpenAI to wipe ChatGPT and start over is a headline that'll get clicks. Staying in the negative world of AI for just a moment here, this article was released this week about the ugly numbers from Microsoft and ChatGPT reveal that AI demand is already shrinking. And to be fair, there was a bit of a hype cycle where ChatGPT and all the AI hype was just at a maximum, and a lot of that hype has died down. Some of it has been because of summer and schools being out, as well as no real news.
Yeah, but like, again, we went over this, is that the data that they're using to make these claims. Now, I haven't read this article. There might be additional data that I'm not aware of, but I'll take from the only areas where AI is flourishing are shamming, spamming, and scamming, that someone has an opinion and that is, what's driving this. But again, the shrinkage in the use of ChatGPT is specifically if you go to the OpenAI website to use ChatGPT. It doesn't reference their APIs. It doesn't reference any of the other competitors like Claude 2, Bard. Google, again, now has their generative AI in the Google search. So take all of this with a grain of salt. Like, this, again, this type of headline gets a click. And there is a significant number of people who have very strong negative opinions on AI, and this type of article speaks to them, so they will definitely click on it. But I mean, It's got 380 likes.
New like massive advancement like we saw with the GPT-4 or like we saw with a new version of Midjourney or new versions of Stable Diffusion. The news has sort of been more incremental and not insanely groundbreaking lately, which is why I think some of the hype has died down a little bit. But this article will lead you to believe that AI is only good for scamming, spamming, and shamming. I think this article is a little over the top because they definitely cherry-picked a whole bunch of articles that show some of the negatives around AI without pulling articles about how AI has massively improved lives.
And this is like 72% of Americans now want AI development to slow down. Only 8% want it to be accelerated. I see this everywhere, right? It was a single poll done of a group of 1,000 people. And I understand how you extrapolate with small numbers in a data set, blah, blah, blah. I understand. But it's still, a lot of people are hanging their hats on this, right? And it's interesting, like that other article that we looked at earlier was talking about only 18% of people have used ChatGPT. 72% of Americans have an opinion about something that, for instance, only 18% of people have used. This is a very American thing to do, to have very strong opinions on stuff you don't understand at all. Hence, why this program exists. And I don't do, I don't tend to post my go live and a lot of other people's things. I tend to sit down, fire it up. I collect the articles over the course of the week and everything else. I hope that people will, use word of mouth. Tell people that this is, if you want to know something about AI, to come here, to talk to me, to join the Discord, to talk to me in Discord, all of that kind of stuff, because I am open to having conversations with anyone. We do not make people feel, that they lack knowledge here. We're here to teach. We're here to instruct. We're here to better understand. And if you want to still have, your opinions after that, I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to lay it all out there and allow you to make a decision. I'm going to go this way. If you want to come with, then we're all going to go this way together. Exactly. Conservative kind of thinking, having an opinion before knowing what they're even talking about. Absolutely. 70% of large corporations are investing in generative AI, but most are struggling to find actual ways of implementing it. That's an interesting statement. U.S. federal court rules AI work cannot be copyrighted because human authorship is a bedrock requirement of the copyright. We covered that. He covered that earlier in this video. Like, it is a very specific case that was ruled on. This person is the honest broker, is extrapolating a whole lot out of that. Hollywood studios will almost certainly make concessions on AI to resolve the screenwriter strike. I have no doubt. that will be the case. However, again, you may see fewer jobs available in the field post the strike. New York Times is considering a lawsuit against OpenAI. We'll see how that goes. AI is getting worse at doing math over time. Like, again, you're cherry picking your data. AI is getting more sycophantic and willing to agree with false statements over time. This is I don't think that the data bears this out, and I think that AI is doing a lot of heavy lifting for people's specific experiences around ChatGPT. Universal Music claims AI relies on unauthorized use of copyright songs. Well, Universal Music just partnered with Google to make AI work. So there you go. FTC investigating OpenAI. Absolutely. book authors have filed a class action suit against OpenAI. We've seen how that is going down. We opened with a Stephen King saying basically that AI should be trained on the works of Stephen King, right? So this is not all authors. This is a section of author. AI can't tell truth from people can't tell truth from lies. They have a very difficult time with it. But I don't know. I would say that yes, AI can tell truth from lies because it gives you a difficult time when getting it to talk about things that are generally understood to be misinformation. Is AI quantum science? Not as such. No. And again, I think that that this lawsuit will be resolved with it's not based on quantum mechanics, no. Like other than like how I guess, electricity and stuff like that are connected to quantum mechanics. Quantum computing is based on quantum mechanics. AI, like, unless we're talking about, whether consciousness exists at a quantum level, that's a whole thing. No, AI is not a quantum as such. Like everything is quantum because everything is made of quantum, but but no. Zoom was forced to change its terms and condition after a backlash led by me, much to my surprise. There we go. To claims it could train AI on users' private communications. It clarified its terms and conditions. It didn't. Yeah. Even comedians are suing OpenAI for no. Quantum is like a blanket term for things that exist at like the quantum level, at the atomic, subatomic level, right?
Improved advancements in healthcare, increased productivity among workers, and all sorts of other benefits that have been coming out in the AI world. But again, doom and gloom sells just as well as excitement. And if you really, really think that AI is going to just die off because a handful of articles here say so, let's take a look at NVIDIA's earnings. And this article from The Verge that says NVIDIA just made $6 billion.
People on the internet are using the fact that NVIDIA made $6 billion as an indicator that AI is like going to bust soon. Like it gets a little weird, right? Like it gets a little, the idea with your conspiracy theory that everything is an indication of the conspiracy, right? And anything that indicates that the conspiracy is wrong is actually indicating that the conspiracy is in fact correct. Like people are not doing any introspection on their opinion on the internet. Big shocker there.
$1 billion in pure profit over the AI boom. And that was on a staggering $13.5 billion in revenue. This $13.5 billion is from its Q2.
Exactly. People are going to shop on the internet? No, they want salespeople.
2024 earnings, and because of the unprecedented demand for its generative AI chips. And they're forecasting $16 billion in revenue next quarter, again, due to AI. So yes, there's a handful of lawsuits. Yes, OpenAI might have a few struggles ahead of them, but AI isn't going anywhere.
And that's the thing is, like, let's say OpenAI does get blasted right off the planet and all its constituent parts. It will file for bankruptcy. And when you file for bankruptcy, everything within OpenAI will be sold off in order to help pay its debts, right? And It's not just going to be sold off. It's not like some shelves or some pieces of equipment that will be taken out and rendered into scrap in order to make some money off that. It is AI technology that will be bought by AI technology companies, right? The people have a bunch of value as indicated by other people in AI who are like, we're going to go and start our own AI company. The servers and racks, right? Like, if they're just going to throw that in the dumpster, your boy will be there with a pickup truck to take as much of it home as I can. Even if the data is destroyed, then there's a bunch of stuff that would not be destroyed, or that our lawyers could argue should not be destroyed. Let me clarify that, right? Like, there's a huge thing between the data must be destroyed and, like, what are you going to do to just wipe out all of the thing? Even if that happens, there's already Claude 2. There's already Bard. There's already Lambda. There's already all these other things. They will just occupy the space that ChatGPT and GPT-4 once occupied. It wouldn't be great. I'm not a fan of the idea. I understand, that it is a possibility and whatnot. But by the same token, it is a hiccup, right? Like, if Pepsi went out of business tomorrow, soda would still be sold. So I'm understanding the broader term of AI, though this kind of new AI that we're seeing is inspired by quantum theory, but of course it has limits since it is a quantum computer is what I'm seeing. And that's why the enhanced AI we're seeing right now is so much better than what we've been used with older AI. Yeah. Exactly what Old Lobster said. AI is software, right? AI is the process by which machines learn. That includes machine learning, that includes algorithms, that includes neural networks, that includes deep learning, that includes everything, right? But it's all like neural networks are on that border of software and hardware, because neural networks are like now currently software, but by the same token, you could construct them theoretically in meat space. But if I put in faster hardware, in theory, it could learn faster. Yeah. Like, I mean, they go hand in hand, but like the AI itself is just, it's a product of advancements in the software. The difference between what we have now and what we had 5 years ago is the difference between like we now have a way of going about it, and some things have changed, like some technology has changed, some hardware has changed, some software has changed, and ultimately it led to the current developments that we have. But it's not like there's nothing quantum specific about it. Yeah, and like the quantum computing aspect of it is like quantum computing and AI need to be kept in separate boxes, because it's distinctly possible that there's nothing about quantum computing that could particularly benefit AI and vice versa, right? Like AI could help develop maybe better quantum computing, but like again, I don't know enough about quantum computing to have super strong opinions about it. I want to say that clearly. But it's like the way that quantum computing works is not useful in any of the current things that I've seen, or that people who know more about quantum computing have told me, that you would like replace your home computer with it. Eventually, we will get to a point where you will have some form of AI as part of the operating system on your home computer. And at some point, I would say within the next 2 years, right? Like probably Windows 12 will have something like that. I expect cell phones to all contain some aspect of like AI within the next couple of iterations. Just saying, if we throw AI on a Bloomberg terminal, interesting stuff will happen. Well, yeah, like, I mean, you can do interesting stuff, like, with what you got now, you know, but it's not necessarily the ideal substrate on which for it to exist.
And the companies that are finding new ways to leverage AI, they're still investing in it. They're still buying up these chips, and they're still going in heavier and heavier.
I don't actually know. So we'll find out together. Let's see if I could beat boop ba doop ba doop. This is not helpful. Give me my generative AI. Is a computer system that provides access to Bloomberg's oh, that's a Bloomberg. Yeah. I don't know if this is the same terminal you're talking about. You used a U. Is there a difference? No. It's coming up with a thing. Thank you. Oh, okay. It is the go away, stupid window I didn't intend to open that you can't see. Why quantum computers will be super awesome one day. This is 2019. Building them, how do they work, quantum entanglement, how do you make a qubit, when do I get my quantum computer? Not anytime in the near future for 2 reasons. One of which is computing power. Use its machine to do the thing, perform a calculation in 200 seconds, 2.5 days. Even when that milestone is reached, the first quantum applications may be very specialized. That is, useful in certain kinds of mathematical problems that are important to chemistry or physics, but little else. The so-called universal quantum computer is further off. And that universal quantum computer is what you'd be looking for, right? And this is like the issue. This is the noise I was talking about earlier. Errors, lots of them. Scientists have only been able to keep qubits in a quantum state for fractions of a second, in many cases too short a period of time to run an entire algorithm. And as qubits fall off of a quantum state, errors creep into their calculation. These have to be corrected with the addition of yet more qubits, but this can consume so much computing power that it negates the advantage of using a quantum computer in the first place. In theory, Microsoft's design should be more accurate, but so far it hasn't succeeded in producing even a single working qubit. And we are at qubits is is this a qubit or quantum bit can exist as 0 or 1 or both simultaneously. Normally a bit is either a 1 or a 0. Qubits can be 1, 0, or 1 and 0. I want a quantum computer so it can give me schematics for a time machine so I can make a quantum leap. Maybe you did. Oh, of course they did. They didn't need to, but they did.
The hype and the mainstream awareness may die down a little bit, but the technological advances and all of the use cases for all of this AI technology, it's only going on an upward trend. If you're in Europe, you may be getting an AI off switch on Meta-related apps like Facebook and Instagram. The European Union has what's called the Digital Services Act, and as part of that act, it requires larger platforms and search engines to provide users in the region with the ability to switch off AI-driven personalization. And as you and I likely already know,
I'm wondering how far we are away from a like someone developing an open source AI thing to remove your digital footprint, right? Like, we know that your data, if you have data on the internet, then you have data on the dark web. That is how that works. And you almost guaranteed have a bunch of accounts on websites that you don't use, or the website is defunct but still in existence, and all that kind of good stuff. And I wonder, like, push button get bacon kind of removal tools, right? Like, it would go out and it would find all the instances of your identity that exist on the web, and then you can look at the list and check the boxes, and then it would go do a malware or whatever, some kind of deletion to that data, you know. But it could only, though theoretically it could then watchdog. What I was going to say is, like, it could only do. Yeah, I mean, there are the current options that are available, but I'm talking about, like, you know, something like that. But it's like, again, the only reason that your data existing in all these places is a problem is capitalism.
Pretty much all the algorithms from all the social media companies and all of the search engines use AI to try to present you with better results. In my opinion, this is going to dramatically lower the user experience on these platforms. I think a lot of these algorithms do a really good job of putting content in front of me that I want to see, and if you take that away, it'll probably make for a less enjoyable user experience, but hey, you'll probably also break your addiction to whatever those platforms are as well, because the AI is also designed to keep you coming back and keep you using the platforms. Speaking of Meta, if you're a coder, Meta just introduced Code Llama. Now, if you remember, Meta released the open source Llama large language model fairly recently. Well, now they have a model that is designed specifically for coding. Code Llama is free for research and commercial use. It's built on top of Llama 2, and you can access it and download it and install it however you want, locally or in the cloud, because they've got it available on their GitHub repository right now. This week, Hugging Face also introduced a coding assistant called SafeCoder. Now, they say SafeCoder is not a model, but a complete end-to-end commercial solution. It's built with security and privacy, and it's designed for self-hosting by the customer on their own infrastructure, similar to what we just saw with Code Llama. Now, SafeCoder is actually designed to be trained on your specific use case.
Like, just the way that I would personalize my Winamp with different faces and different visualizations and everything else. Winamp was awesome. It's a product of its time, right? But it was amazing.
Case for the coding model. So it's not like Llama 2 where it's a one-size-fits-all coding solution. This one, you actually work with Hugging Face to kind of fine-tune it to your exact needs. And speaking of Hugging Face, this week Hugging Face announced that they did a Series D raise at a $4.5 billion valuation. Some of the new investors include Salesforce, Google, Amazon, Nvidia, AMD, Intel, Qualcomm, IBM, and Sound Ventures. Now, if that's not a rockstar set of investors to have behind you, I don't know what is. Here's some fun news that came out this week. Amazon's bringing new AI-driven features to Thursday Night Football. They're actually going to start putting AI-generated stats and details about the game that you're watching on the screen while you're watching the game. Now, when it comes to AI, I think one of the next big revolutions we're going to see in the AI,
being a hand egg mook, right? Like, I watching Thursday Night Football on Amazon, and they had the regular feed, the Spanish feed, and then the feed that had like, you know, it had stats on the side and little glowy circles like Madden under players and stuff like that. I enjoyed that feed the most. That was the feed that I watched for Thursday Night Football. There's a bunch of downside to Amazon eventually getting control of the NFL contract, which is a potential that I see coming up in the future. But there are some upside for the end user that I see as well.
World is advancements in AI with healthcare. And we've already seen so many amazing pieces of news about how AI is advancing the healthcare space. As far as like the mainstream consciousness is concerned, I really think that's where we're going to see the next big boom and hype cycle around AI. And this week, Microsoft and Epic expanded their AI collaboration to accelerate.
I mean, that's always a possibility, but like, I don't see that in the cards. Amazon has its own streaming service. Netflix has its own streaming service. They are, you know, functional competitors. Limiting the number of competitors opens them up to accusations of monopoly, which, you know, whatever, like whether or not anyone would actually do something like that, but it's not good PR. Right? What I don't see AI or Amazon competing with people in which they like that they already have something of their own. Look for Amazon to expand into footprints that they don't currently occupy. That I think like Whole Foods. Why does Amazon, you know, own Whole Foods, right? Like that kind of thing. That is more likely as far as I'm concerned. Like if they can find a way to take an existing thing where they are not and add it to their, you know, because eventually if you can't already, I don't know, yeah, like, I mean, that is a thing, but like, if you can get fresh food delivered via Amazon, then they get that through the Whole Foods funnel, right? That pipeline allows them to do that. Now, I have Amazon, I use Amazon, but like I don't do it for fresh food. I buy that because I want to look at it, right? That is a thing. I still have that where I want to look at the food that I buy. I don't use shopping apps for that reason. For fresh foods, right? Like for things that are boxed or whatever, it's fine. But like the fresh foods aspect, I want to look at the food that I'm picking out in order to, you know, get the thing that I want. So they had it, but it's gone. So there you are. Like, I think you would have to have either Whole Foods establish in a bunch more areas or nice. Oh, and that's the thing is like it only works in places where they have the footprint to back it up. So you might see an expansion of Whole Foods to other areas, or you might not. Like that is always a thing. Like why, if you look at maps of Verizon's coverage, is it not? Yeah, I mean it's nationwide, right? Like, but is it like, you know, I remember those cellular maps as they built up where certain areas around the highways were covered, but areas, you know, in other spaces were quite empty. because not enough people live there to justify putting in the cell phone tower was the thing. Similar concept. There needs to be a financial incentive for them to do the thing. So you might have Amazon Fresh in major cities, maybe minor cities, but as you get farther away from that, there might not be an incentive for them to do that unless they can like close the loop on the entire market while still avoiding that monopoly, because no corporation really wants government intervention.
Accelerate generative AI's impact in healthcare. They're doing things like enhancing clinician productivity with note summarization, enhancing productivity with embedded ambient clinical documentation, driving administrative efficiencies through reduction in manual, labor-intensive processes, and advancing medicine for better patient outcomes. Speaking of which, check out this news article. This week, a novel brain implant helped a paralyzed woman speak using a digital avatar. Researchers developed an implantable AI-powered device that for the first time translates brain signals into modulated speech and facial expressions. As a result, a woman who lost the ability to speak due to a stroke was able to speak and convey emotion using a talking digital avatar. And as AI advances, I just think we're going to see more and more of this type of thing in the healthcare world, where disabilities are going to be overcome, diseases are going to be overcome, doctors and clinicians are going to be more productive and actually free up their time to work on the things that really matter to them. Personally, I'm really, really excited about seeing AI and the advancements in the healthcare world as much as I am in the worlds of visual effects and art and speech recognition and all of that kind of stuff. AI and healthcare, I think, is going to be that next big revolution that everybody gets excited about, and I'm totally here for it. I'm so excited about that. And that's what I got for you today. Thank you so much for tuning into this video.
Okay. I think that's it. We're closing on 10 o'clock. So I've been at this for almost 5 hours. Time for food and other stuff like that. Where do we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Oh, where do we go? People I like. Playing video games. I don't want to deposit you in a video game. Oh, this is cool. You know how I like to stay with the science deal? We're gonna raid Neuralicia. They did a stream with Corey Campbell a while back, friend of the stream, Corey Campbell. They're cool. They work in the medical field. So, like that. In the meantime, I love you all. Eat some food, drink some water, take your meds if you forgot. Shuggy loves you, and so do I.
The potential and the peril here are huge.